which is missing.
There are two types of design, Apple processor and Apple processor. So this is Apple processor, this is the rock piece. What Apple's Melissa, this is ready. Okay. Now they can do these things, they can, since they are associated with daily care, they definitely have the infrastructure and the technicality to suggest them how to do these things.
So the solution is even for the wild honey.
Not provided. You cannot.
This is wild honey.
This is right.
This is wild honey.
Is there any safety feature?
Yes, safety you have, but how much of a safety you have, wild honey are wild.
So
They
so
are
far,
extremely aggressive.
yes, I agree to you. So far, they're using the traditional knowledge, and there are certain cycles in which they see that they will be less violent or no
What they
violent.
normally do is they smoke the colony
Yeah.
and then they extract.
Yes.
So smoking the colony, what will happen is you can expect aggressive. It will definitely affect your pollination in the way. Because re-establishing those colonies will take so much of time. Because building a comb, it almost requires almost 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months is a big time. Because if you train them and cultivating them, taking up agriculture as a big year, you can totally mitigate this year.
You mean to say moving from wild honey to farm? Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So moving from, you can easily move from this to that. So that is friendly as well as you get the cultivating flower. Pollination happens normally and the pollen is collected or pollen. So it is a good practice.
Input, suggestions, observations?
Already you have mentioned use of agriculture equipment. So farm machineries are a good source of climate resilient practices in agriculture. So that's not just precious in cattle, small equipment like the power tiller and that can be included. That's it. And pesticides I think in that line.
See, when coming to pesticides,
It's not an equipment anymore.
you have so many other components. Like you have
Okay, next. I
Yes, we do. So the idea is to introduce the
I just know few words that the indigenous seed that can be like if you are having some seed banking kind of system, so you might not need pesticides, right?
use of pesticide is limited to the trellis farming itself. Because in millet we don't need it at all.
millet, actually, here we are going wrong at least. You told that you're using high yielding varieties. High yielding varieties are mostly genetically modified. Okay? So, genetically modified means you'll be killing the indigenous variety, what is this process. So, you need to promote indigenous variety of finger millet, that is ragi, which will be more helpful in the longer run. If you look at sustainability, if you invest sustainability in your project, then you need to promote that indigenous variety rather than getting this high yielding variety. High yielding variety it may yield, but it will slowly eat away
sure. Next.
any
Observation.
Actually, the topography in this
Just the way was given.
10 villages are at the top of the plateau.
No, but I was going to say that only, but irregular rainfall and being on a hill, landslides and all that.
So we looked from this angle and we didn't find any historical data. which will substantiate this assumption. Hence, we didn't
Pockets
include
for
it.
the erosion.
But tsunami also didn't had a historical data.
To add on to this, this is Western Ghat and
No,
said to be the
tsunami
most
didn't have,
stable.
I'm just saying historical.
I agree.
Sir, I have a small point to add on this. Most of the hills in Tamil Nadu, like we take Balani Hills, we take Anandale, we take all these are rock hills. Like Tamil Nadu government, the forest department, they have a very stringent policy of not allowing any kind of expansion. Suppose you take Kurnool. Kurnool is a place where it is not rocky. For any development, you require an NOC from the DC, which is extremely difficult to get. So that way, the state is actually blessed with so many good policies where you cannot take up any kind of expansion activities over there. So that way, the tribes there are extremely safe and so they've got this resilient things what they've done from ages. Still any major.
Even the roofs are the kacha roofs.
So,
Though they will have
can I come?
pakka walls, but the roofs will be kacha.
In the interest of the time, can we focus on the presentation and give feedback to the group and in short points? These are important. I'm not saying these are not important, but these need to be discussed. But being mindful of the other groups also, just
So one major hazard which I see missing is forest.
We discussed that, but we didn't
Not
look
come.
at this, so we couldn't find it for
In Tamil Nadu there are forest fires. Forest fires and
okay.
deliberately is one part. It also gets out of control.
Point taken. Point taken.
Also, you have a warehouse where you store all the crates and products. You will talk about fire hazard for the warehouse. So you so mitigation would be in coordination with the district fire office.
Okay, I think this is becoming other groups. Please, these are also relevant to your own. Rakesh.
So you can plan the fire lines accordingly. So fire lines is something which is a gap between the forest within the fire. Got it. Any other point? Fire path as well as counter fire. Counter fire. Counter fire is the only way you can control fire as well as counter fire.
So the way there are Jal Sabeli, that we heard about the Jal Sabeli, there can be forest Sabeli also. Like there is in Jharkhand, Padmashri Jamuna Kudi. She works for biodiversity and forest restoration. That's she's a Padmashri also. So her work is totally on saving the fire, the forest. So they are group of women. Lot of women who actually do वो निगरानी करते हैं वो फायर कहीं ना लगे या लग रही है तो छोड़ देना.
So I think you covered a lot of points in this. So in the stakeholders also Thank you.
Okay.
They themselves.
A wonderful presentation. I think you went into details of this, and there are some pointers there. I don't know how much of it he already had, and how much of it is tweaking after this course. I'm not sure about what additional inputs you've got because of this course that you are looking at this. But wonderful presentation. Few points for everyone who is supporting livelihood projects. One is that when we are talking about on one side this risk reduction business and on the other side you need to do development, the point Ayappa made about high yielding variety I think is an important one. Traditionally tribals have been having their own select cropping seed mechanism, and now because we want to take them to a lakh rupees income, we are introducing something new, just like religions introduce something new, and sex ratio in tribal areas went down, something similar is happening. So we need to be responsible, and it has to be informed decision. When everyone else is using high yielding, to tell tribals that just use the organic one is a difficult one, but I think you need to certainly make them aware of the problems high yielding varieties have. Few things that we've seen post cyclone in Odisha, we saw one type of coconut trees withstanding the wind flow than other variety of coconut trees, and there was certainly merit of getting into which coconut varieties survived and which gave, and highly possible that there is a correlation of trees which broke down were high yielding. So we had instituted a study with Odisha horticultural department. It didn't give me that empirical data, so I'm not saying it decisively, but villagers certainly tell us that certain varieties withstood cyclone wind flow better compared to other. Second one is we also realized that when I was working in Rajasthan, there was a project called Thar Parker project, and the Irman who was coordinator of the project, वो एक सांड लेके घूमता था. So his entire job was this, and outcome you can imagine कि क्या था उसका. So I think we've tested this, that high yielding varieties of say Banas, which is a high yielding variety in terms of milk production, as against Thar Parker, we've seen that post drought, the entire the ability of that breed of cow to withstand a drought is much better. The Thar Parker variety is traditional variety. Thar Parker, as some of you would know, is a district in Pakistan, that part of Pakistan, which is again a Thar desert one, and this variety is generations together that variety has built on the. So our job in livelihood program is to at least tell them that this is one of the options, and this may mean that per day yield, per day milk production will be less, but it can certainly sustain. So when you are working in say Bid, Usmanabad, or northern Karnataka, or wherever there is water scarcity, I think it becomes important for livelihood program to consider this. We had long back also run a project. What used to happen, and this I'm talking about where he comes, Jaigaon area. You come from Jaigaon, right? So in the Narmada Valley area, the tribals used to sell their cow dung, and Deva Patils used to buy it. The landed, powerful communities, they used to buy it and then use it in their own fields. And the millet there was completely chemical-free millet in that area. So we started, as part of livelihood intervention, we said that we will give money to tribals, and they will push their own cow dung, as in their own whatever the livestock they have, in their own fields there. So that was the intervention. So you can think creatively also here in your own livelihood program, so that it becomes organic. While I am saying all that, please do remember what happened in Sri Lanka, right? Sri Lanka overnight decided at the country level that they want to go organic, and there was huge drop in production, creating a lot of problems at the country level. So it has to be a phased way. But I think after this workshop, what I would certainly request you to consider is to discuss all this. That if I'm introducing high yielding variety, if I'm giving them a cow or two, what kind of variety? And the latest experience that we have, and we are also learning on this, is in Srinagar we got high yielding cows from Haryana, wo Jat cows, if you will. So we took them, and वो वहाँ ठंड में कुछ उसका हालत खराब हो गया था वहाँ पे. So then we had to change, mid course in that project. This was post floods in Srinagar, and then we decided कि नहीं श्रीनगर का local breed जो है वही देंगे जी, और नहीं तो हमारा target something like this. नक्टकिया तो हरियाणा का गाय जो है वो 30-30 लीटर देता है, तो वो हरियाणा वाला गाय श्रीनगर का पूरा 6-7 इंच बर्फ गिर रहा था, वो उसको पता नहीं चल रहा था क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ में. So I think this is when we are talking about risk-informed development choices in livelihood, you need to all consider when you are signing off a proposal on livelihood concepts. Wonderful start. We need to move. Sita will kill me now. So, congratulations, team one.
And I think this workshop gives a good opportunity. Now you can connect also with. I mean, Ayappa, he has some insights, and it will be helpful further.
Hello everyone, very good morning.
Kindly pay attention.
The school project, the school environment education program, so expecting everyone to behave like students in the conference room. But we have chosen a project on the theme of education. The project is called Schools in Action for the Planet, which is based out of Chennai in Tamil Nadu. It's a Tata Communications project. The whole idea of the project, as you can see on your screen, is a transformative hands-on environment education program for young learners across 20 schools in Chennai. The idea stemmed from the fact that Chennai had seen a lot of disasters, hazards in the last few years, floods, scarcity of water, etc., and also biodiversity loss Sorry. And the idea was that to imbibe in children and engross them in environment education, which will actually help the entire community of Chennai to understand what is the ecology of their region, of their location, of their city, and also make students from classes 6, 7, and 8 responsible consumers and responsible citizens as they grow up. We have looked at some of the hazards that the project has, and to take you further through these hazards and what risk mitigation we have looked at, I'll hand it over to my colleague Akash.
So I'll carry on from here. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction of the project. So, next slide, please. Yeah. So, we have identified these all hazards. Actually, our project was teaching, first of all, training the teachers as well as the students regarding the environmental problems, regarding the ecology, regarding the biodiversity, and how can we attain it back. So, our schools were actually pool of schools. We have a government school, we have graduate school as well as private school. So for all of this, what we identified is first growth, cyclone, then as it is in the coastal region, so coastal erosion, coastal flood, pandemic, tsunami, earthquake, it is in zone 3, so it is not that much affected, but we have identified, and then fire. Fire in terms as we are working with children, right? So if we all are together here and if there is a fire hazard here, so it will not affect much because we all are sensitized on how to create an arm. For the kids, it is a big problem, we can say, because they are not sensitized on this topic at that age. Next, please. So we have used this map from DMPPC and we have identified. As we all know, Chennai is a flood-prone zone, and as well as it is on the coastal region, so we have tsunami impact also. So initially, if I will plan a project, then I will not go with the risk other than this. See, I only see the geography and all. The fire risk was identified after I have gone through this complete workshop. That can also be the risk. So there are such kind of risks that we came on implementation after this workshop. So next please. So this is how we have calculated the risk. So first major risk to be seen here is the floods. So the floods are actually highly impacted. So it is the first one. Second we go is cyclone. Third is tsunami. Then fourth is epidemic and fire. And fourth is epidemic. And fifth is drought. Next please. So these are the statistics we see here. Now, for our project, flood is the main what we see that would be hampering us. Then the fire, And cyclone is not hampering us much, but it is frequently coming, and due to cyclone, the school will be closed. And we are actually working in a project where we will take the student to the biodiversity park and natural park to study the environment and the biodiversity. So for our project, it will be heavily impacted. Then tsunami, then yes, COVID, such kind of epidemics and pandemics also will affect us, because for this kind of project where we see the education, so whatever we have planned due to pandemic, we have to completely change the ideology of the project. And yes, of course, then running out of water. So it will not affect much, but yes, it is affecting factor. Next, please. So suggested risk reduction intervention. So first of all, water scarcity. So there was a 0 day in 2019 where all the reservoirs were actually facing drought, right? So government was not having water with themselves. So how can we, go with the fact of how to achieve the water scarcity problem, how to overcome the water scarcity problem? That was our first target. And we are also working on biodiversity, so it is in sync with our aim. Then conducting periodic mock drills. So we all know flood is the second one, right? So initially we have not considered this factor in our training program, but definitely we will now onwards, because mock drill is very important for students. Next, we have sustainable emergency kit. So rather than giving them kits that we will provide, for example, the plastic rings and all, to survive the flood and gain food and all, we will ask them to create some sustainable solutions. For example, we will create a bamboo frame that they can use as a project or decoration or something like that, which on at the time of flooding also they can use it to, as it will be floating, and they can use it as a support also. So we can come up with such kind of solution. Then creating online platform. So we already, due to Corona, we have already implemented this factor that we have created an online portal and all the modules are online. So then we'll also have brainstorming session, as the kids will learn this new thing. They will be going with some innovation, with some ideas that we might not be aware, or which can be scaled further. So we'll brainstorm with them, and we can of course get new ideas from that. Then definitely, due to this, what will happen is we can create a pool of resource which can spread awareness at the grassroots level, and of course at the time when the flood is hitting. So these students from 6 to 8, right? 600 is the lower grade, but if we see 8, 9, 10 students, 6 to 8 students have taken this training and they are further on going ahead to their higher secondary studies. So they can be a valuable resource that whenever the flood is hitting, we can ask them to come and help the community. So they can be in the community and they can help. So that is how we can strengthen this. Next, focus on awareness, disaster policies, management plan, and disaster act. So this might not be, they might not be aware with all these policies and acts. So we can make them aware. So out of our 20 sessions, we can at least do 1 or 2 sessions in between for this policy and this type of awareness program. And then yes, definitely, then training teachers by teacher training model should be mandated for the government schools or private schools. So we are not only focusing on government schools, so it should be mandated for all of our projects, wherever we are doing. So in case of any first aid or anything, so the first impact that somebody can create, that is the teacher. If I am having 50 kids in front of me, if there is any first aid required, then I will be first one to help him. So first of all, teacher should train. So this is what we can prepare, we can achieve. Next, please. Then local level risk governance. So first, we will suggest for creating a disaster management committee for every school where we have tied up, and we will train them in this disaster management policies and facts that they can implement in their school plan. Then first training for students and teachers. So we all are aware with the past, right? So we can definitely mandate it. We can implement it through our project, and we can emphasize on it. Then all the group of headmasters will circulate and pass on information and best practices to the school. So we are having multiple schools. So some are private schools, some are government schools. So there is a barrier that we can be bridge into it, and we can transform information from one kind of school to other kind of school. So we can be a platform where we will transfer the information among the schools. Then yes, creating a local pool of volunteers, that is already there, and conduct periodic assessment of student and teacher on DRR. So after giving training, our job doesn't end. Actually, we have to assess that what they have learned and whether they will be able to implement that during the difficult times, right? So we will do periodic assessment also, and this was the governance mechanism. Then for our project, the list of stakeholders are first the main students to create innovative solutions in and around sustainability and spread awareness. If you see, you must have seen many of us are having bad habit of cigarettes, right? So you see, we all have seen the advertisement that we should not do. We are all aware of it, but then also we don't omit ourselves from doing that. But whenever your child or your kid will tell you that please don't do this, then you will listen to it. So it creates a huge impact. Whenever we are empowering the child with that kind of knowledge, and then we taking it to their parents or the relatives, they all will understand that. They will listen to it carefully. So they will be our primary means students, and of course teachers and trainers to bring out best among the students. So they also play equivalent role.
You have half a minute.
Yes. Then, of course, parents to motivate them, headmasters to be parent to this kind of thing rather than the curriculum, apart from the curriculum. And of course, NGO partners and subject matter expert also will require parents. Then mainstreaming DRR and implementation. So basically, I'll just summarize all the points. Whatever we are thinking is, we'll create a system, we'll create SOP, we'll create manual, and then when the project is getting ended, we will hand over all that data to the school management committee, and they will carry on with the new SPOCs or new leaders from the school among themselves only, and they can also share these policies to other schools also. So if our program is ended, but this the system should not end. And apart from that, we will have monetary benefits as well as we have competition. We have titles like Eco Champion Students. So it will emphasize that this should also be done among the students, because if they will not have keen interest, then this will definitely fail. Next, please. So challenges faced. First, so school management, you see that there is a major drawback that they don't complete the syllabus on time. So if you are telling that we want your 20 lectures, then they will tell no, will not be. They are unable to finish their curriculum only, right? So this is the first thing that we have to convince the school management for it. Second, sharing information and good practices adopted as a behavioral change. So I already talked about it that we have informed them, but we have to make sure that they change it and they adapt that changes as a behavioral change. Because for students, we all know that we all know the facts that what should be done and what not should be done. But then also we are not adapting it. So make sure the students adapt. And school infrastructure not facilitating a disaster management plan. For example, we are having some evacuation plan, we are having some but there might be a case that some schools might not have these things, or the gate height is less, or that kind of some old structure that we are talking about. So that might be the case that our school might not facilitate the management plan that we share for that or we prepare for it. And way ahead. So first, we are setting up curriculum for disaster management, risk reduction and management plan. Then whatever we are doing, we should document it. So next on, we can just someone else can carry forward it from here, and many schools can benefit it. Then definitely assessment result to be discussed and declared to the government officials that what kind of impact that we have done. So government also can have such insights on it. We should share it to the local government authority. And ideology of training the trainers. So once our external faculty is training them, so that should pass on to the teacher, and further that teacher should act as a trainer, and it should go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. As part of academic education, I think more
accident is a major hazard in day to day.
Actually, we thought of it. We thought of road accident, but yes, we thought of it. But what we thought is we are having this kind of curriculum, and the ecological park and that should be traveled. Definitely, it is a hazard. I agree, but we have not listed it down. We don't listed it down.
Yeah, another thing like in way forward, so you have to develop the curriculum. So I think DRR we should take in our day-to-day life. हमें कोई स्पेसिफिक एक्टिविटी बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है. हम जो भी काम कर रहे हैं उसमें DRR को डे टू डे लाइफ में देखें. लाइक अगर सिमिलरली इस बाय को देखें तो ये भी डिजास्टर है ना. तो बहुत सिंपल वे में जाने की जरूरत है. अलग से कुछ एक्टिविटी नहीं करते. हम जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं बस उसको उस एंगल से देखना स्टार्ट कर देंगे, सिंप्लीफाई कर देंगे, हो जाएगा.
But awareness के लिए schools में awareness के लिए that is required.
It's part of our original project proposal.
That is part, but curriculum वो adopt कर रहा है या नहीं, implement हो रहा है या नहीं school में.
That we can verify. Like what जो भी project आ रहे हैं, feasibility test जो project आएंगे, जैसे suppose करो हम यहाँ से जाने के बाद और जाता है, then we can get
same line.
DRR in the curriculum. So that students can take up. We are not going for the next project. Within that project,
So we just take the point.
yeah.
Is DRR somewhere touched in new education policy?
Yes.
So then probably they can write on any.
They have also developed modules for it. So that's yeah.
So thank you for this presentation because even Faculty Foundation runs a similar kind of project with schools and it has very beautiful things which is maybe the presentation together. But one thing, other thing is the challenges that you mentioned and that's very important for all of us to understand. Schools के साथ काम करने में सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये होती है कि they think these things as extracurricular activities. If you want to talk about environment, it's an extracurricular activity. Drawing करवाना है, poster बनवाना है, ये सब. And if you talk about safety, again that is another extracurricular activity. However, it is mentioned in policies that it should be integrated in the curriculum, but then it is not. And that is where we also try to push our projects towards. And that is the most important challenge that all of us will face if we want to implement such kind of thing, even bringing DRR. And the other important point that I want to mention is कि बच्चे सीखने के लिए ready रहते हैं. They are very prompt and keen in learning. So what you guys mentioned, na, you prepare peer education. You don't mention that word, but you will mention it that way. So 6, 7, 8 जो senior चले जाएंगे, they become the resource who will teach across within the school fraternity as well as going out. And the way they lead the things, and not just in the school and community, but they give it back to the family where they come from, right? So we are trying to bring a change in our younger generation, and it goes back to the older generation and coming generation. So some very good points, Chota, and
So one point I want to make. So there are 20 schools in 20 locations, and you have considered risk assessment common. Right? So it can't be done. Right? For each school, there will be locally different hazards. So that you have to do.
So just continuing from what you also mentioned in your PPT, when we'll be designing the module, the training module for the safety, the teachers will be carrying out in the schools. Instead of designing it, I mean maybe that's the plan, but since you not said it, I'll just mention it. If you're designing it, it would be better if you design it with the school teachers, with the children also. With the children. Because then they can, the children, because if the teachers are going to be a part of the TOT and they will be doing the training later on, if they know the module, first time in the preparation process, it will be easier for them to train. And even children will be more, they can be process champions, foreign process champions.
Yeah. I just have 2 points. You mentioned we'll train children in the age group 6 to 8 years on first aid.
Standard to 8.
Standard 8 years. So 6 to 8. Sorry. So, but this training, you are not just looking at children only for these classes. They can be what Khushru was mentioning as peer educators. But this information on disaster risk, first aid, etc., can be started as early. So it has to be age appropriate learning. Second thing is that there's a lot of violence and psychosocial support that is needed for the children. So that also is to be included, because they face these in a day to day in the school. Plus, during disasters, these get aggravated more. So the curriculum should also include the psychosocial support of children. And non-structural, the activities have come out quite, clearly. So just break it up into structural and non-structural activities. That will make it. Only my request is, when you share with us the final presentation and also the proposal, just add what was there before this workshop, and what you are including in the existing proposal, the components of DRR. Yeah. Thank you.
So, just adding to what Ipsita said, also take this, I don't know whether you are listening and someone is noting the, oh, excellent. So, add those ideas also, so that you, as a low hanging fruit to integrate DRR, and which will give you long term results. In livelihood, you've spoken about dilemmas. If I give high yielding, the tribal family will get benefited as soon as the production starts. But in longer run, there may be issues with high yielding variety from DRR perspective. But in education, there are no dilemmas. No one is going to say, except the challenge that she spoke about, that it's seen as optional. But Japan and even in India, if you go to East Coast now, you will find that there is great acceptance to why DRR is important, and that's how super cyclone killed 23,000 people, and Thailand killed about 120-30 people, because people have understood the softer aspects of DRR and the importance of all this. So, wo hai, even in Gujarat, yesterday I was with Gujarat Center, they are preparing for 3 cyclones. पहले नहीं था ऐसा, cyclones बढ़ रहे हैं, तो इसको importance है. And I request each one of you to think about integrating DRR in education activities, whatever you do. One more part of this is that it doesn't require budget, lot of budget. It requires some budget, but it doesn't require huge budget. Like in livelihood case, for supporting livelihood programs, you will require this Naktakia farmer. They are investing thousands of rupees per family. But in education, that investment is much lesser, and it's going to, मतलब वो कल बड़े हो जाएंगे तो वो कल्चर में आ जाएगा कि भाई बेल्ट तो लगाना ही है, all that. Third is, I would strongly urge, which the point that we spoke about 2 days back, to consider volunteering for furthering your agenda on DRR in vis-a-vis education. I think there is lots that can happen through volunteering for integrating DRR in education. So thank you so much, Pallavi and team. Thank you.
We'll have a break now, and we'll continue with the presentation after we
can get the chai inside. Can we get the chai inside? No.
All set?
हो सर होंगे तो भी मुझे फर्क नहीं थोड़ा सा पर्सपेक्टिव लाना है मैसेज से वही बात कर रहा हूँ साथ में आया ना वन ऑफ द कंपोनेंट ऑफ हम लोग अभी जो बात कर रहे हैं वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द risk informed programming. We talk about risk informed programming. वही तो है मैं उसमें नहीं लिख रहा हूँ बट इसको रिलेवेंट ही नहीं बात DRR को प्रोग्रामिंग में तो कैसे लाना है DRR का प्रोग्रामिंग में कैसे थोड़ा सा उससे बात थोड़ा सा उनका जो थिंकिंग है ना वो थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करना है समोसा रखते
होगा Yeah. So I'll take them through my slides first. Thereafter, I will show them the portals, Indian portal, Google portal, so that they have some hands-on experience. Google, Gram, and then will Gram will also have well. So the portal is quite slow. Yeah, it's slow. So I will not be demonstrating. I have got. मैं 3-4 दिन से कंटिन्यूस ट्रैवल कर ये दिल्ली त्रिवेंद्रम पानी है तो मेरा गला जो है ना दूसरा भी
also have a calculation mechanical management. Yeah, the before and after scenes.
Sir, what time you are doing?
No, no, I mean, okay.
Please listen.
Okay, please settle down. Participants are requested to settle down.
Achilesha. Achilesha. Start.
Okay, all right. This is going to be the last session, which is very important, very crucial for you all guys. About integration of technology in DRR as well as in CSR. So for delivering this session, we have a scientist, Mr. Abhinav Shukla from National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. And Shukla sir as having an experience of about more than 10 years in usage of satellite data for disaster management. And he is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology with majors in applied physics. And he's also the principal investigator of development of flood early warning system for Tapi and Godavari under National Hydrology Project. He has developed and released the flood hazard zonation atlas for Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal, even including the BMTVC also. You
the entire basin of Tapi and entire basin of
okay, that's really wonderful, sir. And he has delivered so many lectures in national and international forums, along with hands-on training for international delegations. And he has published numerous papers in various national and international journals across state and nations. We welcome you, sir, at GIDM. Sir is also going to demonstrate various apps and applications which are used in the field of disaster risk management. And please pay attention to this session. What do you see?
Good idea from my
We can't. You should.
Yeah, pardon me for my sore throat. I've been traveling for the last 7 days, north and south. So Delhi, I've been seeing a temperature of 1 degree, 2 degree, and then after I've been to Hyderabad where it was somewhere around 25, and then back to Jammu, where it dropped to 10, and then back to Trivandrum where it was 30s. So, and now I'm here in Hyderabad. So I have developed the sore throat because of that. Yeah. So first things first, I want this to be a dialogue rather than a monologue, right? I've been delivering lectures at various places, including GIDM. I have a good association with GIDM for a long time. And my observation has been when it is a dialogue, it is not just me imparting knowledge to you, I also get to learn from you, right? So I have seen the first two presentations. I will like to congratulate you all. You've done an excellent job here. Now, my agenda, the agenda with which I came, I'll be slightly deviating from that now. Earlier, I thought of coming here and telling you all about the work that we are doing and the way we have been emphasizing on technology. But now I'd like to incline it towards the way you work so that it solves your problem. So basically, there is a disaster management support group at Indian Space Research Organization. The center that I work in is called National Remote Sensing Center. I have been placed in the regional center of Delhi recently. I was working in Hyderabad for the last 10 years. Now, ISRO has got various centers under its ambit. One in Ahmedabad is called Space Application Center. The one in Trivandrum is called Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. The one that you hear often about is called Sriharikota High Altitude Range, SHAR. That's where the launch happens from. Once the satellite goes into orbit, thereafter the work of National Remote Sensing Center starts. They get the data and they utilize it for various different purposes, various themes spread across various gamuts of work that we do. Now, since this is a training on DRR, so you would be aware of all these stages of disasters, right? Preparedness, response, mitigation. So we at NRS, basically the disaster management section, works towards the preparedness phase, the response phase, the mitigation phase, and along with that, a very important component being the R&D. So I will not dwell into this directly, and rather show you the glimpses of satellite imagery first, because as a common individual, you will come across these kind of images once in a while, but you will not understand the spectrum of work that is involved and the spectrum of places where it can serve, basically. So one important question was regarding the forest fire assessment, right? So somebody said in the earlier presentation that you could not get the data for forest fire. I'll tell you exactly where to get the data from. At ISRO, we have got automated systems where if a fire is at a place, it will automatically be detected by the satellite through the thermal sensors, and the latitude, longitude of the place will be identified and it will be showcased on a map. So you have information every 6 hours, at every 6 hours interval. And ISRO has got a collaboration with Forest Survey of India, FSI. So if a forest fire happens, immediately the data is given to the concerned beat official, and it is their duty to go and ensure that it is subsided, if it is not of a massive scale. In case if it becomes a massive scale forest fire, then what we need to do is a burned area assessment, what you see here. So this is the way the fire has progressed. And yes, one important thing, forest fire, I am not a forest person per se, but I have come across these kind of statements by my colleagues. It is not a bad thing. It is actually a very good thing for the phenology of the forest. It basically adds the nutrients which are required. Apart from that, it also kills the invasive species at times. So this is one assessment that you see. It is for Bandipur Forest 2019 using Sentinel dataset. These are some European satellite datasets, but since the data is freely available, it has been utilized. So what you see here is the way the forest fire progresses. Now, what we do here is we sit at a place, we think about a small pilot project, but if you look at the disaster perspective, it does not have an administrative boundary or it does not have a physiological boundary. So it will spread across kilometers and kilometers and thousands of miles. Australian bushfire, you would have come across. It became a major catastrophe and there was a lot of hue and cry. Similar kind of forest fires happen in India, and a lot of good work is being done by the government to ensure that it doesn't become very massive, and a lot of proactive measures are taken by the technological interventions that we have. Now comes landslides. This is one small landslide that you see here. One small landslide corresponding to this point. So this is an animation. A pre-image will tell you this was the situation before the landslides were triggered in Kodagur district of Karnataka. After the landslides have happened, after intense spell of rainfall, the landslides, those were triggered, were in thousands and thousands, and this is one small patch. So the efficacy of satellite data is very much evident from here. While you sit here, you will be able to see only one scarp of a mountain being taken off, and you would see the intensity of the landslide that has happened. But if you look at the entire picture, this is only a small part of the entire area that has been affected. So in order to capture the magnitude and the intensity of a particular disaster, the satellites have to be there. So there should not be a question on why so much money is being spent on the R&D and satellites. The sad part is that a movie, when it makes 500 crore, it is a big news. Yes, it is very successful. But if it goes for a satellite, then roti kapda makani and all these kind of things happen. Right? So the way these kind of yes.
What could be the reason for only this part of the landslide?
See, usually if the soil is not intact, if there has been deforestation and the slope is higher than the other places, then that usually triggers unstable slope, and these kind of landslides they occur. So if everything has got a threshold, If I keep on banging my hand against this table for a small amount of time, nothing's going to happen. But if I keep doing it time and again, and if I bang it with a higher intensity, then it can withhold.
Like Joshimath.
Yes.
Like Joshimath, but
Joshimath is a different. I will not go into that for obvious reasons. There are some.
Okay, I am actually no. My request is let him complete, and the objective of this session is to understand what is the technology that is available. He is no landslide expert, right? So the reasons and all of that we can discuss it later. Let's understand the technology app, the way you were saying forest fire data. He's the expert there. So let's understand what he has to say.
So the landslides, those will be along the slopes which have a probability of failure, and the places where a different kind of soil is there, and maybe some deforestation has happened. The third thing would be water, but I have specifically taken urban area, Pudal Lake.
Chennai.
It is in Chennai. So anybody from Chennai here? All right. But most of you would have come across the urban floods that impacted Chennai, right? One major reason that the Chennai floods happened was in the past 50 years, a lot of water bodies have gone extinct. So consider if you have got a room of this sort and you have pit holes at places where if some amount of rainfall happens, the water goes into those pit holes. But if you fill those holes and you don't have any place for water to go, what will happen? Naturally, inundation and flooding will happen. So this is a man-made problem. These kind of a lot of encroachment has happened. Here in this specific case, there is no encroachment. It is all because of rainfall, the variability and the temperature increase that has happened at such place. But at different places, you will get to see that these lakes are basically declared as a government body, government land, and thereafter it is sold to some third-party person, some real estate agent. They usually make an apartment called Lake View Apartment. People ask them, where is the lake? They tell them, you wait for the monsoons and you'll be in the middle of the lake. That has happened in Hyderabad actually. Yeah. Now, this particular theme, I don't touch it usually. Right? But since you come from corporate sector, I thought of basically putting this slide here. What you see here is basically the night lights. So these are some satellite data sets that give you the night light intensity also. Zoom MPP is one of the satellites. There are some others also. So this is basically, this part that you see is Ukraine, and this is Crimea. all of you know what happened after February 2022. So you see this particular place here, and you see the intensity of light here. You see all these places have gone dark. What does it imply?
Destruction.
Probably or probably not. If they could have been destroyed, one, or there would have been migration of people because of such and such scenarios, right? Now this is a stark difference between the South Korea and North Korea. This is North Korea.
So,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
South.
This is South Korea. And this is
North.
North Korea. What is the difference that you see here?
No light.
No development. Right? So the night light that you see is a indirect indicator of development. Right? Now if I ask you, see, this is not my forte per se, economics, but let me delve into it. If I ask you that taking this night light into accountability, Tata has got a steel plant in Jamshedpur. I ask you, what would be the GDP contribution of Jamshedpur versus some other town? Will you be able to assess it? Will you be able to have an idea about the growth pattern that a particular town has? So there have been studies wherein people have actually correlated, empirically correlated the growth or the productivity of towns like Hong Kong, New York, with other places that have not developed as much with respect to time. So these indirect indicators or pseudo indicators can also give a lot of information to you regarding the kind of human activity that is happening at a particular place. It could be a lot of activity, or there could be a single activity at a particular point. Let us not.
Yeah.
Yes. Suomi NPP. SUOMI -NPP.
And is this, are these satellite maps available on Google?
You won't get it on Google, but these data sets are available freely on the internet. I'll give you a glimpse of Bhuvan also and Indem also, National Database for Emergency Management. Now this is LULC change, land use land cover change that happens at a particular place. See, this particular place, this is how it looked like in 2011. Right?
Right.
You like it or you don't like it? You like it. But if you ask some environmentalist,
No ways.
right? You see, this is Ikana Stadium. Lucknow. Right. So there is one alternative to Green Park. Green Park is in? I come from. So this is an alternative to Green Park. That is why I'm against this. It is taking away all the matches from Kanpur. So this is the kind of pre versus post assessment that you will be able to do using satellite imagery. So there is a temporal assessment that can be done using satellite images. Temporal as in your dimension is time. You travel with respect to time. Otherwise, you have no information regarding what was in the past and what is there in presently. Our lifespan is very, very small. Very, very small. Right? We do not account for a lot of disasters that have happened in the past and a lot of disasters that may happen in the future. History repeats itself, so there is a need to preserve all this as an archive. The satellite systems have come into picture recently. In the human history, they have come into picture recently. But these will be there for generations to come. So to give you an idea about the way the progression has happened. This is Uttarakhand flash floods in Tapovan. So this image was not made public for a long, long time. This is the Tapovan project. This is Dhaulaganga River before the disaster struck, and after the disaster happened, all these sluice gates of the dam that was built were actually under the debris, the sludge. And the sludge height was, the sluice gates were approximately 8 meters high. So the sludge was approximately 8 meters high. And somewhere here there were tunnels where people were working. It was a Sunday, and so some lesser number of people were present. Otherwise, the catastrophe would have been massive. So imagine you're working in a tunnel and all of a sudden a lot of debris comes in. You don't have a place to go. Those people who clung to the walls of this tunnel, some of them were saved, the rest of them, the bodies were not recovered. The reason I'm showing you this image is because this tells you that at places, remote places where there is a very less possibility for humans to go, you have satellite imagery at your disposal. You have remote sensing. Remote sensing means I'm remotely accessing something, I'm remotely sensing something, not being directly in contact, but from some distance. So this satellite, often I'll be using this term, remote sensing. It implies taking images from the satellite, using satellite, taking Earth observation, using Earth satellites. So this basically tells you that it's at places where you do not have any way to access the information, because these are remote areas, you don't have proper communication set up also. During disasters, everything completely goes away. And if you want to have some information before deployment of actual manpower or the NDRF forces or battalions, so you need to have some preliminary idea. Satellite data sets help you assess the overall damage that is happening to a particular place and overall magnitude of rehabilitation that may be required.
Good question.
Yeah.
So you were saying every 6 hours you're able to.
For forest fire, not forest.
Oh, so then how does one know that there's going to be an onset of a flash flood, or is there some sort of real-time indication?
What you're talking about is basically early warning.
Yeah.
So in the entire cycle of disaster cycle that you see, the most crucial part is early warning. So at some places we are in a position to tell you well in advance that yes, there is a possibility of a flood or a cyclone hitting a particular place with extreme precision also. Often you will see in news that the cyclone is going to hit, make a landfall at Gopalpur. It is going to make a landfall at Kolkata or elsewhere somewhere in Nagapatnam. So for these kind of disasters, you have sufficient time and you have sufficient resource to have some information. But that does not happen for flash floods or other kind of disasters. So for riverine floods, a river flows. A river flows from top to bottom, means from higher elevation to lower elevation. If it has rained heavily in the upper elevation, there will be some time for this flood wave to move to downstream, and usually the cities are located in downstream areas. Surat, for example, is near the coast itself. Tapi, where it originates, somewhere far ahead. So if it rains heavily in that catchment area, you will have information that there is a lot of water that is going to flow into Tapi, and for this reason, the Ukai Dam authorities need to release some water beforehand, and they will take appropriate action as they deem fit. So there you have some lead time, but it may not happen with various other disasters. They don't have any precursors. For example, earthquake. Earthquake doesn't have a precursor as such. There is some studies going on wherein they say that the argon content, it is a noble gas, very minute concentration. So that tends to increase, the radon content also tends to increase in air. But yes, there are studies, but it has not been substantiated per se. For landslide, we have got vulnerability maps, and vulnerability as in you have already predefined areas where the slope is high, the lithology is known, the type of rock soil, whether it is loose, whether it is whether it will withhold or not, and that again as a product of rainfall intensity, you get to see, okay, these are my possible areas, and these are this amount of rainfall may trigger. So you have landslide susceptibility maps that are prepared. So we have got that in Goa also. Initially we did it for Char Dham because that area, a lot of people will be going, and you need to have an idea about what are the possible sites where there could be some triggers of landslide. It could be false alarm also, but alarm as such is quite handy. So if we look here, the space-based support for disaster risk reduction, we have got a ISRO DMS program. We cater to various disasters themes like flood, cyclone, forest fire, landslide, and we also have a portal called National Database for Emergency Management. I'll be taking you across this Indian portal also. Earlier, I believe somebody has taken a lecture on sustainable development for SDG goals. So if you look here, there are a lot of things that space technologies can address. So it could be poverty indicators such as night light, deforestation, and environment. So have you heard about the resource curse or not? That area which is rich in resource usually tends to be very poor. Right? There is a place called Jaduguda. Jaduguda is famous for uranium. It is the only place where you get uranium in India. But if you look at, write it down so that you will be, I want you to explore it. After I go, my presence should be felt by these kind of searches that you do. So Jaduguda is a place in Jharkhand. You look at the places, the people around Jaduguda, how they have been. Just search Jaduguda people and then click on images. Look at it. So there are evident resource curves that happen at a particular place. Bastar, for example. Bastar is a resource-rich area, but not developed as such. NNDC has got a plant also over there. So those kind of things are there. Then mapping and estimating crop yields linked to the sustainable goal number 2. Health GIS. In COVID times, we were quite. I don't know how many of you did use it or not, but we at NRSC through Goan, we were giving information about those rediwalas and the track. We put a tracker on those vegetable carts also during the first lockdown, so that the people will be aware, okay, he's coming to my locality, I need to go down and buy it. So they won't be breaking the protocol also, and these things are put into place by collaborating with the municipal corporations. Then tele-education and capacity building, the places where a good teacher cannot go. Teaching is an art. So in order to teach, in order to make it more attractive, lucrative, you need to have a good teacher. But a good teacher will be available only to a few students depending on his capability and his station also. But using space-based technologies, now what you call DTH and all those things, you are in a position to give tele-education and telemedicine also to people. Practo and all, nowadays it is there, but we were doing it right from the beginning of times. Then mapping and monitoring changes in water quality parameter linked to 6. RS and GIS, identification of brick kiln, brick kiln, mining, etc. These places are basically the breeding ground for forced labor at times. So, see, a problem statement will come to you through indirect indicators only. So, if you want to address through your initiatives, okay, through the corporate social responsibility, the problems that I need to address, you need to understand where exactly the problem is persisting and which industry is thriving because of that. Okay? Every disaster is an opportunity. Likewise, every exploitation is an opportunity. Right? At a particular place which is thriving heavily, there has to be some kind of exploitation that is happening in terms of human resource. So you need to address that, and these can be linked through indirect indicators itself. Thereafter, planning smart cities and sustainable growth projections using temporal satellite data, the one that I showed to you, Ikana Stadium, was one example. Then hydrometeorological data collection using satellites, that 2 days later there is going to be a heavy amount of rainfall. Coastal eutrophication, marine health, sea surface temperature, ocean pollution. Have you heard about the Great Pacific Patch, garbage patch? Anybody? Write it down. Search for it. the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So a lot of plastic pollutants have been dumped into the sea, and all of it is coagulating together, and it is larger than some countries itself, and it is floating in the Pacific right now. And thereafter the land use, land cover change and forest cover changes that are happening can be addressed using remote sensing and satellite based assessment. Now if we look into the services that NRC is giving, I'll be quickly browsing through it. With respect to various themes, floods and cyclones, the reason why you need satellite is because this particular image shows you the details. This entire length is approximately 500 kilometers. This is Bihar. And Bihar faces a lot of flood problem. Anybody from Bihar here? Alright. You would be aware of the genuine problem that happens. So there are more than 500 small and big rivers in Bihar. The topology is very good, it is fertile, etc. But the amount of floods that happen at that particular place, they bring in a lot of. That's one reason why the state has actually put a lot of resource towards these kind of disasters rather than in some other activity. Because this is a major problem and that needs to be addressed. Right from the Deputy Home Minister to the poorest of the poor suffers from this particular disaster. So this is 500 kilometers swath that you see captured by one satellite at one given point of time, one photograph, and you have the entire information. That a person sitting in Patna will be able to tell you what is the flood situation somewhere in Ara or Buxar or somewhere in Araria, Kishanganj, etc. So this is not really possible if I sit on the ground and I look through some estimate or I do some aerial survey. It is not really possible, it is out of human. And then you also have the temporal information. So how is the flood progressing and how is it receding? That information also you have because you keep on capturing data every time a satellite passes over it. So this is one reason why the implications of satellite imagery for floods is extremely crucial. It is the way it is utilized is extremely crucial. Now these are some examples that I'll show you for recent floods in Assam, Kachar district. Inundation that you see, Barak River flows through this area, and this all the white portion that you see is basically dry area. All this that you see is land, and all this that you see here is water. So there will be hundreds and hundreds of villages which are completely underwater. At least knee-deep water was present. Now, one small question, just to see how attentive you've been. This is the third day, right? Now, if I do not have a satellite image, I only have floods have come. Floods have come and they have gone. Again, some flood has come, it is gone. How do I maintain an inventory of what was the depth of flooding at a particular place? You look at this logo here. I'm sorry, the image here, or you could look there behind. Do you see some technical marker?
Patches.
Yeah. So, as a part of enhancing the participatory disaster management, what could be done is teach them that any time that a disaster strikes, you mark it. Mark it with some highlighted with some date, height, and what event triggered it. If it was rainfall, if it was release from some reservoir, if it was some dam break. So you will have a repository of these kind of information. And this is what we call traditional knowledge, extremely crucial. In the first two presentations, I have not heard this word, but it is very crucial. In some of the villages, they have folk songs, wherein they sing about the previous disasters that have happened in past 150 years. So you don't have any information. During British Raj also, it was not occupied, and it has actually come into the mainstream after a lot of time. but they still have an inventory of all the major disasters that have happened, be it Haja, be it flood, be it famine, or anything, any XYZ thing. They have got an inventory through these folk songs. So ensuring that the participatory development, participatory disaster management happens, has to happen by these kind of activities. People will also enjoy it. They will basically have a complete knowledge about this thing, and it reconstructs the past events. So for the scientists also, for us also, it becomes a very good piece of information in the absence of other information. When I talk about traditional knowledge, then there are a lot of other examples that I can cite, like Chaldari village in South Andamans. They basically, those people, they follow the birds, they follow the ants to know if some impending disaster is coming or not. And then there are, what do you say, these cultural forest fires. So they basically, they burn a small patch around the forest itself to keep it away from those agricultural lands where there could be a possibility of fire. So stubble burning happens, right? Now if you do some stubble burning and suddenly it catches fire, and then there is a complete passage of fire through the fuel and everything else, then naturally it will grow. But if you cut it through previously burning itself and then you don't give way to fire, the area of impact will be reduced. So these kind of cultural practices have also been there. So teaching them these things is also very crucial. So adaptation of one traditional knowledge from one society to another can be very, very handy. This is what we call synergistic application. Then this is Tapovan, the one that I showed to you earlier. This is the pre-event. You are able to see the water, the sluice gates of the dam, and everything is submerged under the sludge and debris that came along. This is basically in the east and the west Godavari, the floods that happened in Godavari river. So all this area, Devipatnam village, this is a village. Now where is the village? So all these kind of things basically give you a tentative idea about what places will not be affected and where is it that you can build rescue shelters. Now, this particular is slightly towards the technological side. The earlier images that you were seeing were optical images. So it is just like a camera. This is cloud. So if there is cloud, you will not be able to see what is underneath. Using remote sensing, we tend to utilize all the wavelengths that are present, visible to human eye or not. So we also have got some satellites which have got microwave sensors in it. So it sends a beam of microwaves to Earth and it is received back. Now every wavelength behaves differently with an object. Microwaves tend to penetrate clouds. They are not, they don't see clouds. If this picture was taken when this entire area was cloud covered. So microwave basically looks black and white because it is not a regular image. This is an energy image. The energy that is reflected from the surface. All the dark things that you see is basically specular surface, smooth surface. So water is a smooth thing, and everywhere else bright that you see is basically some grass, tree, building, anything. So all the dark patches that you see, this is pre-image. Thereafter, all the dark patches that you see is water. So these are flood pockets. Then the way it has progressed and the way it will recede also. So we tend to use all the kind of technological applications that we can in order to gain maximum information about a particular place. Now, heavily affected areas in parts of Belgaum, Karnataka. If you have information about the areas which were impacted by floods, you also get to see whose village was affected the most, which crop was affected the most, what kind of productivity losses am I going to see in future. So this basically gives you an idea about your food security also in the times to come. Again, this is a similar image, Maharashtra and Karnataka border. So basically Krishna river flooding. all along the Krishna River, the villages which were affected and the fields which were affected. So this gives this is very helpful for the state government to give compensation to the concerned families and other places also. Now, if we have information about a particular place over a long duration, we are also in a position to give a flood duration map. Same area affected by flood for 1 day, and same area where water sits for 10 days will have different kind of impact. So we also are in a position to give flood duration map, all because we have a good amount of temporal data with us. So all these information, all these data sets are available on Bhuvan and NDEM. So this is Jammu and Kashmir. We were talking about that Srinagar flooding that happened. So here again we have got the temporal information. So we had information till 15 days. At places water persisted for even 15 days. Because the topography of the area is such that it looks like it is as a bowl. Earlier this entire area was a part of Wular Lake. Jhelum that you see forms a meandering pattern because it forms the it follows the channel of the receding lake. Now, if you have the flood layer with you, the areas which are impacted, and you have the cropped area also, kharif rice area layer, for example, we have it from the agricultural estimates. You will be in a position to ascertain how much area has been impacted by floods and what kind of losses am I going to suffer, productivity losses am I going to see in future. So this basically, as I told you, is good for estimation of your food security. Not many countries are basically having this space capacity. So many of the European nations also don't have it, although they achieved independence long before us. Now, I believe, since I heard your talks, I believe you all were aware of hazard, vulnerability, and risk. Right? Here, can anybody define me through this image, or rather, let's delve into something different. While we were having tea, one dog squad came. Right? Everybody saw it. What was the hazard, the risk, and the vulnerability there? Were you exposed to some kind of risk? Was there a hazard? Could have been there a risk? Now tell me, let this be a dialogue. So what was the hazard? What was the hazard? And what was the vulnerability? All of you were the vulnerabilities. All of you were vulnerability. Exposure was very high. Extremely good. Now, if they would have not been able to capture it, or if they would have tried to capture it, so the hazard is the dog, multiplied by the vulnerability being you, would have resulted into a risk. What could have been that risk? And subsequent, right? So whoever is taking a class on risk, vulnerability, and hazard has done a good job.
And the coping capacity is also high.
Oh.
So overall, the idea, the crux of the matter is, you need to associate everything. If you're working in disaster, you need to associate everything with respect to these kind of implications. You need to see, to address it. Now, given that example, we've broken down that piece of puzzle into small pieces, and we have solved it. What is the risk? What is the hazard? What is the exposure? What is the vulnerability? Tell me, what is the risk and hazard and vulnerability here in this picture? And vulnerability? What is the risk? So this is basically example. This image that you see here, this is an example of resilience. Resilience is basically the capacity of a system to adapt to some kind of a changing environment. Here, these guys have adapted to it. How have they adapted? I don't know whether it is clearly visible to you what's there.
What is it?
This is water. So there is half a feet of water. In spite of that, they're chilling. Netflix and chill. Right? So this is a very good example of resilience. So that you live, you learn to live with a disaster, and everybody has to learn. You cannot run away from disaster. It will happen, if not today, tomorrow. Now, there are various steps in disaster reduction. This will be the key takeaways for you people. That how to do the risk assessment, the way we did for dog right now, that was the assessment. Hazard profile, vulnerability analysis, exposure, risk resilience, and then build back better, risk transfer, insurance, capacity building. So I would want you to, these slides will come back to you eventually. So whenever you're planning anything, any kind of activity, it should be primarily based upon this thing. And one very important thing is a problem needs to be broken down into smaller steps in order to be solved. Otherwise, there is no end to it. Right? At ISRO, when we get together for some major mission or something, we don't address it as a integrated thing together. We break down into subsystems, and everybody is responsible for some subsystem, and that is the reason why it has been very successful. Any successful organization basically thrives on decentralization and breaking down the problem into smaller things. So here you need to understand that the most important thing is your risk assessment. The way you break down your problem into smaller things. And then for each problem, you give them a solution. That would be one thing that you could do in your CSR. Now, somebody will ask me, okay, you've got a lot of floods up enough, you've got a lot of information with you. What do I do with it now? So, as I told you, if you combine it together, you will be in a position to see what is the frequency of floods that have happened at a particular place. Odisha, for example, here, we prepared the flood hazard solution at least for 5-6 states altogether. I have myself prepared for West Bengal and Andhra Pradesh. For Odisha, when it was prepared, so our integration of the 20 years of data, 21 years of satellite data pertaining to all these areas was done. All the data sets were integrated, and we were able to identify, okay, in this particular district, which area has been exposed to floods maximum number of times. So while developing a solution by the government, some sustainable solution, the primary focus should be towards this area. So a temporal assessment helps you understand that which area has been most severely affected, even for multi-hazard risk assessment. So Odisha has got two types of hazards that it is exposed to. One, the pluvial flooding, and the other one is fluvial flooding. Fluvial is rain-induced, fluvial is what comes from the river. So these kind of assessments, basically long-term assessment, help you develop the zonation of areas with respect to any particular hazard. Now, what are the advantages of you making these kind of atlases? They are non-structural measures. I believe you understand the difference between structural and non-structural. Then they help you plan according to sustainable goals, sustainable way, how to approach towards it. Then those areas which have been impacted under floods, you cannot leave it altogether. Na? चलो यहाँ से चलते हैं, ठीक है? हम अपना जहाँ कहीं और बसाएंगे. You have limited amount of land with you, so all that you need to do is basically come up with solutions that are helpful in long duration. Like teach the farmers what are the flood tolerant crops that you can grow. Don't go for regular crops which basically has got a higher MSP, because for the lure of MSP you lose everything. So don't do it. For the insurance sector, why is it critical? the premium that they'll be targeting for this area will be different from the premium that they'll be targeting for this area. Right? Right? So if you look at it from that perspective, this is technical. The way we do it, I will not go into it. This is the release that was done by the Chief Minister. Yeah. For cyclone monitoring, somebody asked me why, how do we do it, and are there forecast systems or not? For cyclone monitoring, after the super cyclone of Odisha, there has been tremendous growth in leaps and bounds. We have been able to address minimum the issue of minimum casualty that should occur because of cyclones. Odisha has got a Mission Zero Casualty team also covered under them, funded by World Bank. Exceptional work has been done. So a lot of agencies basically they make spaghetti modules that tell you based on the sea surface temperature, the Coriolis force, and the ongoing local wind shear and the low pressure area which is pertaining in the sea, that what will be the path, the optimum path of the cyclone. So we are able to predict it well before a cyclone advances, and through Bhuvan and NM, we also mark these areas as high vulnerable zone or low vulnerable zone or lesser vulnerable zone. Then for urban areas, we also do low-lying mapping. All the low-lying areas which are there in a city, say, this is for Chennai, have been mapped. So the probability of flooding in these kind of low-lying areas is high. And based upon some kind of a cyclone that passes, if a lot of precipitation happens, then we also prepare these kind of maps pre and post, and we disseminate to the concerned user requirements. For cyclones, we also get these kind of information, which is basically if a satellite pass is not there, we also have got some aircrafts with us. So we put our insert cameras on it and we do flying. These days, UAVs and the other methods have also come into practice. Now, one question that I'd like to ask here is, who is the first witness of a disaster? So the victim is the first witness, right? So who could be the first informant? So in order to make a community strong, in order to make a robust community, you need to empower them. Fortunately, we have mobile phones with us. So we have also been able to develop some mobile applications which have been given to the user community. So this helps in crowdsourcing the information. You can also do it at your end. All that you need to do is make a small app, distribute it among the people, and they'll be giving you all kinds of information. So this helps in two ways. One, to address where exactly the disaster has happened, how much is the overall estimate, on a very, very quick, within seconds you can do it. Because just after anything happens, a lot of information starts coming in. Somebody, the way you see Twitter hash trends, somebody does something and immediately it escalates and it becomes a news. So you have these heat maps also that you can generate. So what area has been severely impacted, the maximum information that comes from that area. And what exactly is the kind of disaster that has happened. Second way that it can help is whether the appropriate measures have been taken and the thing in question has been rectified or not. Say if on paper earlier it used to happen, long back, the pole has been erected on paper. So now, once farmer also has got a tool in his hand wherein he can take a photograph that it has not been done 20 days later also, and it will go straight away to the concerned server and everybody can see it. So these kind of crowdsourcing is also a very crucial thing that you need to address. So building a strong community implies that you need to give them tools, you need to give them all kind of methods, you need to teach them how to overcome these kind of disasters, and how can they be of some help. Landslides. This is one example of Dimahasao landslide that happened a few days back, and this railway line was actually, if you see here, I don't know whether it is visible. It's no more in a straight line. Again, after the disaster struck, all the communication was cut off. Immediately, these kind of maps were prepared and they were distributed to the concerned departments, and they did all the measures and sending the teams as such. And then this is Maldevta landslide of Uttarakhand that happened some months back, where you can see this is the landslide and this is the river, the road that was completely washed away. And likewise, some other residential areas were also impacted. As far as the landslide is concerned, we also have got a landslide early warning system, wherein we have done it for Chardham. You will be able to see that what areas are prone to landslide. This will help you in identifying the communities and the villages which may be impacted or are at risk of are exposed to some kind of a disaster in future also. So these different kind of inventories are ready with ISRO and NRSC based on the assessment. This is an example of Kanka River blockade in Sikkim. The entire scarp was basically, it came down and the debris was deposited and it caused impoundment of the river. So the river was not able to flow. Now this is a major catastrophe in the making. If the water keeps on piling up, you know what happened in Kedarnath was Chorabari glacier. So it held up to a certain extent and sudden burst was there. So for downstream areas, this can be extremely deadly. So and usually these kind of disasters happen in areas which are quite remote. You will not find even one locality nearby. You don't see anything here. So we basically look into it from our perspective and we immediately dispatch this information to the government so as they can send relevant people there and they can do all the dredging and everything. Likewise, these are examples of river impoundment. I will not go into details of this. You will get all these slides. And we also help the neighboring countries, not just the neighboring ones, we also help other countries also, foreign nations also. In case if there is a major disaster that happens, some of the countries which do not have any space-based capability, we give them satellite data. And we also give them ready-made products also with respect to the amount of damage that has happened and the assessment of the damage also is done for them. Now, forest fire. So it was a joint initiative of ISRO and FSI. We are in a position to identify active fire that's there at any particular location with very strong, accurate results, and that too within a span of hours. And this entire system is automated. The satellite data comes to us, processed, basically marked on the map, and then this goes to the concerned user departments through email and SMS, and the ground personnel are there for fire mitigation. They go to that area and they douse the fire. This information that you see here, the one that I was talking about, needs to be disseminated to the people also. I will not be sending PPTs to them. I will not be giving any lectures to them. How will I send this information to the concerned people and the ministries and the officials? That basically we do through two portals, one being National Database for Emergency Management. Not just the bulletins. So this is an integrated dashboard that you see. You will be able to see near real-time floods, flood hazard donation, rainfall runoff, landslide early warning, forest fire locations. We also integrate data from IMD and other sources, the lightning data, where is the lightning happening right now in last 30 minutes, where exactly lightning has struck, latest earthquake events which are reported. So all this information is at one particular place and it is hosted on NDIM, National Database for Emergency Management. Now some of the data, 80% of the data is made public. You can access it also. But some of the data, because on Google Earth you will only get to see satellite images, wherein here you will be able to have information with respect to various themes, urban, rural, tourism, water, e-governance, forest fire, Manrega related asset mapping, that where exactly are the projects going on, what is the status. So these kind of information is also available to you. So a dedicated section for disaster management is also there, and all these services are made available to people. So if you go to bhuvan.nrc.gov, yeah.
Input to this data is the satellite or the departmental data as well?
99% the satellite. Bhuvan. I will give you a demo also. This will quickly take 2 minutes. So this is the portal that it looks like. If you want to have information about the flood events that have happened. So this is for Uttar Pradesh, 26th. One satellite pass was there and it captured some flooding in some portion. Likewise, you have all the other information also at your disposal. So technologically, you have a lot of data with you. None of the countries in the world have this kind of information with respect to various themes as India has. So, this is the hazard donation that I showed you. So you can have access to the various districts and what is the percentage of flooding that has happened, which area is most exposed to flood hazards. That information is also disseminated, and you can create your own AOI for a particular area, and you can have statistics taken and village-wise statistics basically. Now,
sir, can we move to the demonstration?
Yeah, I'll just say 2 minutes, and we'll go. So during COVID also, we did give a lot of focus towards the GIS-based support, geoinformatic-based support, and we prepared some apps like Quarantine Tracker, Raitu Bazaar. Raitu is basically a word for farmer in Telugu. So the farm markets were basically highlighted, so you could locate with which exactly Mandi is operating right now. So you can buy vegetables from there. And for monitoring of and the planning of containment zone also, it was effectively used. For flood early warning, we have got a spatial flood early warning system for Godavari Basin, wherein if rainfall happens at a particular place in catchment area upstream, well in advance, 2 days in advance, we get to know that okay, in the downstream area, how much water is going to flow with respect to time, and using digital elevation models, when you have a virtual earth system with you, you can make the water flow over it, and you can understand that this will be the pattern of flooding that will be there 2 days from now. Everything, the depth of flooding, the velocity of the flooding, the pattern of flooding, 2 days in advance. So this helps you in evacuation planning and everything else. Now, I'll take 2 minutes here. I was asked to give a small briefing about the Gram Manchitra also. So Gram Manchitra, this is the site, grammanchitra.gov.in. This is basically created by Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So Gram Manchitra basically gives you a overall. Where's the mouse? Keyboard also. Okay. Very good. I will just. So Gram Manchitra basically gives you all the details about village level inventory. So here if you select the state and then the district, block and the Gram Panchayat, I have selected Uttar Pradesh, district Fatehpur, block Amoli, some Budwa named Gaon. You have the information about the concerned officials also, and you have information, you can make a query that what facilities are there in the village with respect to schools, ATMs, banks, and all the other entities present there. Then you can take a report card of the schools also. There are some decision tools also. For example, this is one tool which helps you to project in order to light up this street through LEDs. Some 83 meters of how many LEDs, how many poles will be required to illuminate the entire area. So these kind of decision support tools are also present. So with this, my slide comes to an end. The demonstration, I think, if time permits, I can give it in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Or we can continue with the
If you Google NDEM, NDEM, National Database for Emergency Management, I will quickly show you the entire thing. So this basically redirects you to a page called ndem.nrc.gov.in. Here you will be having information with respect to various different themes. Near real-time flood layers. If you click here, so all India layers of flooding for various years also can be seen to you. 2022, what was the overall picture of floods? So this is basically the flooding that happened in the entire country. State-wise, if you want to see, for example, Gujarat, last floods were in 2020. So this area was basically impacted by floods. Somebody from this area can right. Now you also have information for floods, and thereafter you have cyclone track. There is no impending cyclone, so nothing would be there, but previous tracks also you can see. So this basically gives you an idea about what area has been prone to cyclones most number of times. Whatever I'm accessing right now, you can access from your phone also, sir, immediately. It varies, it depends. So we basically ask them, what do you want? And they tell us some kind of. So this is rainfall forecast. So for next, this data is being imported from IMD, Indian Meteorological Department. They are nodal agencies, but the utility of putting everything at one place will be very evident to you. You don't have to go to various different sites in order to understand that what is the rainfall I need to go to IMD for water level information I need to go to CWC. That won't happen.
These changes are happening real time?
This is basically, ma'am, if you see here, 24 hours, 72 hours. So this is basically projection, forecast. So there is a possibility of rainfall in the western Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. Yeah, so that will happen. Due to western disturbances, yes, the cold waves has abated, and there is a possibility of that. Down south, and yeah, down south there is nothing passing. And if you have some earthquake event, you have information about that also. 28, there was one in near Dehradun. Magnitude was very less, 2.8. 2.8 means if 10,000 people jump here, it will generate that kind of. And the other information with respect to cloud burst, if some input has come, that also can be seen. So I would want you to explore it. Right? Likewise, there is one called one. So the moment you write Goan on Google Earth, it will be giving you bhuvan.nrc.gov.in. So this is the homepage of Bhuvan. So you have various themes. You could explore with respect to everything that you want. Right now we'll be going to disaster management, and say if you want, or rather let me go to forest fire. So forest fire alert system, the one that I was talking about. So this is the information that you have. What is the date today? So I'll show you exactly today where exactly I have forest fire being mapped. These are the areas. And if you click here, it is near Chandrapur somewhere. First. These are all in UTC. And if you want to download this data, you can download it. This will give you latitude, longitude of the active forest fire. And you have an inventory of the entire forest fire in your region. So this is real-time data that is flowing. Just now the satellite has passed a couple of minutes or hours back, and you have the entire data. So this is through which satellites itself get also information. What are the latitude of? So various different satellites are basically used. Modis is used, SOMI NPP is used. You have other services also. Say if I go to floods, if I want to see flood hazard donation, I can go here. If I want to see for Andhra Pradesh, what is the hazard donation? You get to see. These are the villages which have been impacted by floods. So all the red color that you see is very, very high. Yeah. These particular places have been impacted by floods with a lot of intensity. So if any kind of program or rehabilitation or anything has to happen, should happen at these areas first. Also, you have some statistics that you can do on your own. If you want district-wise statistics, you can drag and drop. All this data is basically made free of cost. Is made available free of cost to people. The entire idea is that since none of the other countries have these kind of information, the more we use it, the better for general masses. So I would want you to go into details of these portals, bhuvan.nrc.gov.in and NDEM, National Database for Emergency Management, and explore all the various applications which are present. So as far as the technological side is concerned, there is no dearth of data, there is no dearth of information. If you need something, you can always come back to us. We can always help. The entire problem is people are working in silos, so nobody knows that what is going on, and they are preserving everything. So, early in the morning, one session was going on. There was a lot of share of shairi, so I'd like to end it with this. आगाह अपनी मौत से कोई बशर नहीं, सामान 100 बरस का है, फल की खबर नहीं.
Very apt.
तो किसी को, in case if you can help somebody with your सामान 100 बरस का, ठीक है? This can be of a very great utility to the man. And we at ISRO have been working tirelessly. I'd like to give credit to the entire team, my predecessors and my successors will come also. We've been working tirelessly day and night in order to ensure that most of this data flows for general masses, general public, and not a single life goes in vain if it comes to disaster. So we'll be more than happy to help you if it comes handy for any application for societal benefits. Yeah. Thank you. have my email ID, you have my contact details. So,
thank you so much, Abhinav. This was eye opener for us. And for years, since we studied disaster management, we talked about how to use technology in DRR. And the issue that we always address is the data is not in usable format. Lots of effort and hats off to LRC to bring it to the usable format and put the ball in our court now to use it and do something about it. Thank you so much, Abhinav.
Our Director General sir would be coming in a few minutes. So we be prepared for that session. And he is going to ask you some few questions. Okay. So just a quick round of revision. Everybody know what is SFDRR?
ऐसे थोड़ी बोलते
Okay. UNDRR full form.
उनका ये कि जनरल पता चला कि नहीं आपको कुछ उनका
Priority one of
इंडिकेटर्स
SFDRR.
बहुत सेट है कि प्रोग्राम is successful or not.
उनके indicators.
Understanding what?
Risk from disaster.
Understanding disaster risk. Priority two.
Language should be correct.
Strengthening disaster risk governance.
Strengthening governance.
Disaster risk governance.
Disaster risk governance. Priority three.
Invest.
Invest in disaster risk reduction or building resilience. And priority two, four.
Build back.
Enhancing disaster preparedness. Enhancing disaster preparedness.
And build back.
And build back.
Out of syllabus नहीं आएगा.
और एक बार repeat.
Everybody have visited the GITM web portal. So what did you see in that portal?
After the Bruce event, it being felt as an important kind of first one is understanding
How many pages are in there in SFDR?
37. 37.
Very good, very good. Very good.
76.
37.
37. And targets, how many targets?
7.
SFDRR? Okay. Oh, I think on the way.
Priority में second
Strengthening disaster risk governance. Okay, has anybody visited the GIDM LMS portal or Fiverr Ecos? But you are going to share that in your respective organization, your employees. And what is the name of the award which GIDM received? सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार.
Just a quick announcement. We'll complete our remaining 2 presentations even after the valedictory session is over. So even if you have certificates, we'll have that exercise and we'll take inputs from everyone, right? And also there is one celebration we have planned.
Post lunch celebration, right? Free lunch. Please settle down. Please settle down. Please sit. I would request Srinand sir to take. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, sir. We have been in this training program for the past 2.5 days, and we have just concluded our last session. And there are about 28 participants with us as of now, and many of them are the CSR heads, some of CSR representative of Tata Group of companies, and so with your permission, yeah, so. We have now with our the Director General of Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management with us, Mr. P.K. Taneja. He's done bachelor's in technology from IIT Roorkee in electronics and communication, and after that he has joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1984. In his career spanning, he served at various positions with Government of India and Government of Gujarat, including the position of chairman and managing director of various government of Gujarat companies. Besides being Director General, Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management, he is also the Director of SARC Disaster Management Center, SDMC, Interim Unit, and President of GSFC University, Vadodara. Prior to this, he worked with the government of Gujarat and at the level of Additional Chief Secretary and Chief Secretary, Industries and Mines Department, Additional Chief Secretary, Home Department, and Additional Chief Secretary for Forest and Environmental Department, and PS Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Department. He has also headed several government of Gujarat companies as chairman and managing director. His profound administrative skills were instrumental in turning around some of the loss-making GOG companies into profit-making companies. Having rich experience of working in major frontline departments with government of Gujarat and government of India, he has acquired deep understanding of resources, capacities, and SOPs of various frontline responding departments. As a collector and district magistrate and DDO in various districts, Mr. Taneja has rich experience of implementing disaster risk management programs and has effectively executed disaster response at a grassroots level. So we have delighted to you in our session, and due to Sir's efforts only we were able to achieve this standard of organization in this country, and with Sir's efforts only we got this prestigious Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar in under institutional category. So that's a good achievement for Gavin. Now I would request Sir to have an interaction with the participants.
Good afternoon, friends. I don't know how many of you are repeaters. Earlier also I addressed one group. That was the response group. That time you had said that risk reduction would be integrated. So this is fresh. So in that case we are not repeating. Not at all. Good. That's a good indication to convince peers we are talking about. To start with, I'm indeed grateful to you because this subject, mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction into development, mostly people do not understand. To be very candid, disaster risk reduction itself is a new subject. Actually, it is a subject of 21st century. No one was talking about in 20th century disaster risk management at all. And I think the building was made by the super cyclone in the year 1999. This institute was set up sometime in 2012 and it started working in 2013. In that sense of the term, it's a new subject. Even when I took over as DG of this after my retirement, prior to that I had no experience as to what disaster risk management is all about. So in that sense, it's a new subject, but it's very important subject. Of course, I'm perforce have to say that its importance of sentence and permission gets compromised. But development and disaster are two sides of the same coin. When we undertake any development projects, there is every chance that we are also creating potential disaster. And in that sense, we have to be careful. In the government, there are many projects. I've been in many departments, and those projects are potential disasters, whether it is a primary health center, or even road, bridge, or anything for that matter. Mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction into development is the core more, I would say, very highly focused subject. If we are able to do it, our job is done. We talk about, I'm sure Raj, you must have spoken about second framework for disaster reduction. And we must have spoken about 4 priorities. That's why when the last time we gave a response to it, the response is needed only when you do not do the reduction, mitigation, and preparation. Preparation also comes if you know that yes, there is going to be some disaster, and you have to prepare for those kind of contingencies. Can we create a situation where response is not required? That is what is important. And that's what mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction in the development plan is all about. There are 4 priorities in the central framework for disaster risk reduction, P1, P2, P3, P4. From my point of view, P2 is the most important. P1 is for disaster professionals, for disaster administration and people like me. And what is it? Do we have any standing or no? I think one day I have to carry it on my shoulders and only it will come. Every time it goes away. Then we able to tell you. What is it? 1%. Strengthening disaster risk governance. I'm into governance. How do I strengthen it? Mainstreaming is one of the elements by which it can be strengthened. If we do not talk about disaster risk at all, while we are conceptualizing a project and all that, we are definitely creating disaster. First priority, of course, is the understanding disaster risk, which of course is fundamental. That unless you understand things, you can't really appreciate or you can't even govern. But for me, the most difficult task is understanding disaster risk is largely a technical subject. It is for the experts, professionals. If the project relates to a bridge, then bridge-related risks. If it is water supply project, then it has to be. But largely, it is a technical subject. But suppose I know the disaster risk, how do I mainstream it and how do I really put it into the system is the most important. So in that sense, if you are doing it, kudos to you. And I'm sure it will go a long way. In fact, you cannot achieve sustainability without doing this. It's as simple as that. So if you call yourself Tata Sustainability Group, you cannot call yourself Sustainability Group unless you do this. So what you are doing is something fundamental and it should be done. It is becoming very difficult for us to market or sell this idea to the government. The government is very difficult organization. Who runs it, nobody knows. Whether it runs, nobody knows. I call it Sarkar, Sarakti hai, Sakti nahi. Sarakti hai, wo bhi dheere dheere Sarakti hai, tab disaster ho jata hai. So all those elements are there. But if Tata Group is doing it, it's really appreciating. And we also believe that Tata is also like government. Even culture is also government-like, but in positive sense. There is a difference between the two. Here there is a concept of accountability, there is a target. In the government, things are very, very difficult. So I am not able to market this concept to the government beyond a point, despite being part of government for the last 30 years. So you are doing it? It's helping us rather than helping you. How do I succeed in my work? If I am to achieve my objectives, it's one of the objectives. And disaster risk management is applicable to role, any organization, anyone, everybody. So you are taking up. I don't know whether this particular workshop of 2.5 days and that's why I also would like to know a little more about this group of data. Are you taking up your own projects or CSR funds, or you are also taking up giving the money and to other organizations which are taking up those kind of CSR projects? So I'm not sure about it. How will you do it?
Data Sustainability Group is a department within Data Science. That's what I do. The participants are from 18 data companies. That's their own budget.
Yes.
So last financial year, we invested about 1,585 crores in CSR group. And out of 1,585 crores, about 70% investment was done through partners there. So we have a Tata Steel 3-member team here. They've invested about 400 odd crores, and they have set up a foundation which again leverages resources from other like-minded organizations. So the total investment they would have made would be about 600 odd crores. Certainly through Tata Steel Foundation, but they also have thematic partners. So for example, they run a project called 1000 School Project in Odisha, Khushbu, and they have about 3 partners there who understand education subject well, and it's in partnership with Odisha government. And this workshop was to help them understand the risk and tweak their program approach.
You have both sides.
We have both.
So you have your own organization to take up these CSR projects.
Right.
Where the ownership of the project belongs to you only.
Yes. Yes.
And you also fund
yes.
other projects where the ownership belongs to somebody else.
Yes. It's in partnership. So ownership is both ways, but yes.
No, ownership ultimately, a mindset is getting created.
Yes.
Where does it appear? In the
So
books
all
of
the
accounts.
assets that we create belong to people. So it may be panchayat and so on. So whatever construction that we will end up in doing, say primary health center upgradation or
that is true, but you said that you are also having your own projects.
Own projects again. If I do infrastructure, hardware building, it's handed over to the local community, whichever the form.
So ownership ultimately passes on to the beneficiary.
Panchayat or
because then only it can be called CSR, otherwise it cannot be done.
Yes, yes.
I'm also chairman of the CSR committee.
Yes.
Gujarat Power Corporation Limited.
Yes.
So, in that sense of the term, when we talk about sustainability, I think since the project is going to belong to somebody else, it's moral, ethical, and legal responsibility to create an asset which is sustainable. I can afford to take risk with my own projects. I should not be taking any risk with the projects when I am doing that particular services for the others, because I am passing on the benefit. So the project so created or so done should be sustainable. So all the more reason for us to be a little more particular about disaster risk, really streaming into that project and taking care of that. Okay. So I think it would be better that if you have certain questions, if I can answer, I'll try to answer those questions. As such, I'm not a disaster management expert. I'm a technical, I don't use the word bureaucrat, but I'm an administration professional. The bureaucrats are normally viewed as negative people. And I do claim that I'm not a negative person. So if you have any questions, welcome. And maybe if you have suggestions also in terms of what we should be doing, I'm sure that your stay must be comfortable here.
Yes.
My team must have done best in terms of extending all the facilities to you. But despite that, if you have certain observation, even if they are in the form of complaint, please do not hesitate. It will be a great service to us. Please, go ahead. Your questions.
Not a question, sir. It's just a comment or observation. When we came, my name is Alok Vijayvargiya. I am from Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. I had the sustainability and CSR piece for the company, working with the group for the last 7 years. It's my second company in Tata Group. When we came as a participant, largely what we were doing in CSR, especially in disasters, about the relief and rehabilitation kind of projects. When anything happens, you react and provide the support for 1 month, 6 months, or a year long thing, and goes back normal to the kind of thing. And when Sridhar and the team has shared the topic of the particular workshop, about mainstream DRR into CSR, that's how excited us. Reason being is, so I have a bit more of background in sustainability and less in the CSR. And when we talk about sustainability, the climate change and disasters become a bigger issue. Every dollar what we are investing in, we calculate the returns, and any disaster comes, it goes haywire completely. This particular program, when we joined, I thought probably this would help us in calculating and assessing the entire risk while planning the entire CSR program. So I may continue the water sanitation, watershed kind of program in an area where the water availability is less. I think because of this program, we will be able to assess what are the risk availability in a scientific way, which was not there. So what the difference pre and post of this program, probably the learning of this, I will go back and try to implement in multiple ways in my existing CSR program. One element which is, I think, low-hanging is also advised about volunteering. We do have a lot of volunteering initiatives, and we try to sustain our existing CSR program through volunteering. And entire group, and we all celebrate Tata Volunteering Month and many other things, which is directly contribution of effort of us to the community. And one takeaway which I'm committing even now, taking liberty in mind, all my volunteering program will ensure that we include the DRR as a part of the program for our NGO partners as a community as well. And I'm sure that will propagate and escalate in an exponential way to help us to create a more positive impact for the program. Thank you, GIDM and TSG, for having us in this program. Thank you so much.
No, sir.
We are largely a theoretical institution, which I don't wish it to be. And we do not find many volunteers who are prepared to take up those projects on the field where we can also chip in our own ways and they can also contribute. We are trying to work on a concept of innovation lab. We are a small institution, though we may appear to be very big. Can you guess how many people are on my institute? Any guess?
15. 10.
10 is too small. Yes, 10 is also right in some ways. In some ways it is right. We have sanctioned strength of 25. Out of 50% are basically the support staff in terms of as such disaster professionals or academicians or whatever it is, whatever you may call it, we have only 100. Right. So, and largely, they also have a limited knowledge. You basically learn when you do things. Like we have started doing in terms of that, earlier we never used to prepare a disaster risk management plan for it. We now do some kind of consultancy. In the consultancy, I'm not saying that we earn something, but what we earn is basically we understand the subject a little better because we are working as a consultant to other organization and we have to deliver something. Similarly,
disaster risk management. We have not been able to do that. Let us be very frank. Is it advisable that when we take up a project, we do it jointly using technology and set certain standards, or rather improve the working of the existing projects, whether it is relating to disaster risk assessment or management as such? That is where, and you learn when you proceed further as to where the technology can play an important role. It could be artificial intelligence. I do not know much about it. It could be, why not to have those GIS kind of thing, geographical information system. We are not using it. So all that should become an integral part of these projects. We would love to have that. And we are open. Personally, I am very clear on that. Like, I have not succeeded in preparing a disaster risk management plan for a village. The village I'm talking about, using technology. Risk-informed development plan. Using technology. This has been my, so far I have not succeeded. Am I right? Have we succeeded?
Not really, not sir.
We are talking about, we have what is called National Remote Sensing Center, we have ISRO, we have everything, we have BISEC. There are so many organizations making tall claims. But once it comes to the village, are we really doing anything further? Those are the projects we should do. And instead of moving from top to bottom, we should be moving from grassroots level. Since you are spending 1,600 crores or 1,700 crores, it can be made, it can be channelized in a manner where technology can become an integral part of the management, this kind of assessment and everything.
Thank you, sir. I am Pinakshi Sonpal from Tata Motors. I come from Bombay. As my colleague Alok mentioned, beautifully weaved in program, very informative, right from Piyush to Rakesh sir to the DST group. So much of conceptual clarity as well as practical exposure to other speakers who had come in. Thank you so much for this, sir. As you mentioned, sir, that you've been onto the board of certain corporate. Would want to hear from you. I think what is, and because DRR is a very new subject, as you say, what do you think is why implementing this or why integrated DRR into the already existing initiatives that we are doing? What are the common mistakes usually corporates make? If we could learn from that.
Good question. This is very relevant
question. Again, the same thing which I just mentioned. My feeling is that most of the corporates do not spend much time on the subject. I don't think those who are engaged in the CSR related work are highly professional. Their knowledge is very, very limited in terms of post technology, even in terms of the project management. I'm also on the board of CSR committee of some companies, and it's not a small money according to me, which is spent through CSR program. But largely projects are being taken up not in a very, very systematic manner. Due diligence is largely missing. Perhaps it would be advisable, I think, this workshop also there is something called guidance note. I don't know whether we are covering this aspect or not. What do you mean by guidance note? I am not very clear about.
What do you mean by guidance? No. I am on Deepak Physics Limited. I am on Gujarat Power Corporation Limited, where I am chairman. Of course, it's a small money, but whether it's a small or big, systems do matter. This is my concern. People say, oh, it's a small money. That's where we commit the mistake. Money is money, whether it's small or big. Today it may be small and CSR fund will also grow. The due diligence is completely missing, according to me. So now a new concept is being, I think, is coming where perhaps government of India is thinking it to be again like CSR was not a mandatory component about 7 years ago. It was, which is I think ESG, environment,
Social governance.
Not many people are talking about it as on date. Am I right in my understanding? But what do we do in that? That's important. Do we only talk or do we do something? My understanding is that once we have discussed in one of the boards, not much. Even I couldn't understand much about that. Even one of the managing directors and one of our colleagues in government of Gujarat, who is the MD of Gujarat State Petroleum Corporation, has suggested to me that we should even run a course on ESG in GSFC university. And I've given this assignment to my team to find out whether people will be interested in this course or not. Now, since you are doing it, kindly let me know whether anyone will be interested in this course. Yes or no? Yes. What all it should be? I don't know. It's a completely new subject. I don't have much idea. So if you can contribute in that, very good. GSFC University is a private university. It does not take more than a minute for me to take a decision because I am the president of the university to start a course. But my conscience should be clear that what I am doing is right. So I am not able to take a decision. ESG, CSR, sustainability, SDG, they all are very laudable concepts. But they do not become laudable just because we are talking about it. What are we doing about it? Still, I am not very clear.
Sir, in Tata
I think I am raising the question rather than answering the question.
So in the group, sir, there's a lot of serious thought happening around this. The big documented. No, we documented. Yes. So every year, sir, we come out with, which is an internal group. We have got 14 indicators to measure where the group is on ESG. So on each of these buckets, there are indicators that are finalized, and then there are aspirations which are signed off for each of this. So for example, in environment bucket, we are looking at net zero by 2045, which is government of India is wanting to be net zero by 70. The group has already declared net zero by 2045. It would mean different things to different companies that are sitting here. So for power, aviation, and steel, which are hard to abate sectors, it would mean a different approach, investment in technology, and so on and so forth. For some other companies like TCS, etc., it's easier. So each company is getting into detailed plans as to how they are going to achieve, and many companies will achieve it before 2040. Second track on this is on circularity. So best of one company, how can that be raw material for another company? And there is again businesses that are getting developed in this. So this is no CSR space. Businesses are being developed. So Tata Steel, for example, has got a big plan on urban mining. And it has social connotations also, because West speakers, as we all know, many of them come from Dalit and tribal communities there. So there are social indicators around this, but business indicators also which are getting developed. The third sphere, sir, on environment bucket is on biodiversity, so on and so forth. So in social, we are tracking diversity, we are tracking business and human rights. There is a framework created. We are looking at what are our negative impacts on human rights and so on. PhD, sir, conducts a lot of trainings around this, and there is a framework also. Happy to share whosoever who is there. Whatever information that we can put in public domain, certainly happy to share with you.
Okay, thank you. You have given me a little idea. So, as on date, I do not know much.
No, of course, you're being humble, but sir,
Not really, not really. I remember in one or two boards we discussed about it. I mean, none of the board members were really.
No, the investors, sir.
What do I say now?
Last year, sir, we asked McKinsey to analyze our disclosures the way investors see, and we've got again internal document. So TCPL, Tata Consumer Products Limited, Tata Steel, etc. They were shown the mirror as to what you are putting in disclosure. So versus you plan, do, act, and then disclose, but disclosures, how the investors are looking at it, and the credit that is available to you base is directly linked with your ESG performance. Yes. Yes.
Now, there is some news going around with that is the first chapter in that one, rather than somewhere in the last.
So, sir, they've come out with DRSR, what is called as DRSR, which is SEBI mandated. It's only, they started with 500 listed companies. Now they are expanding. From the Tata Group side, we are saying that everyone should be able to report against DRSR, which is essentially a sustainability ESG. How you make money is sustainability, and what do you do with profits is CSR for us. So, how do you make money, whether you are ethical, environmentally sound, and so on. So BRSR has lead indicators and essential indicators. So BRSR.
Business responsibility.
So it used to be business responsibility, DRR before this. SEBI has come out with a framework, and this year onwards it has become mandatory now for first 500.
Some ways I'm very disappointed also because I think in many countries, I was MD GSFC in the year 2006 to 2008. 2007 I joined 15 years ago. I remember since in the chemical company, you have Tata Chemicals. I have been there. He's the MD there. We started something called responsible care. There is a concept called responsible care for chemical industry. I became a member of that responsible care initiative at DSFC company. It's quite disappointing that on these parts where we are talking about social responsibility, we are talking about ESG, we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about master management. People are not really that's why I started. You are helping me in a way to achieve my objective. Because no one is interested. The point is this, and in the process, perhaps we should expand our relationship. That's it. And if we can set certain, all certain, and I'm part of the government. To some extent, I have an access. Am I right? And you are on the field. So, and that too, you are in a private setting. Private setting, if you can do certain good things, those, they can be benchmarks for the entire industry. That is what is the most important thing. It could be ESG, it could be DRR mainstream, basically from a sustainability point of view, but we have to go in a very, very systematic manner in that. We should be saying that in 3 months we'll achieve this kind of thing, we'll carry out some kind of thing. Experiment with
practical experience is on that very small project. We need not take a maybe one big project and 5 small projects where we apply these concepts and see whether those outcomes are better than what we have been doing so far. Then this. Okay.
Any other?
But if you allow me, I can show an example of the ESG or why people have, even in my own company, my company will do real estate infrastructure. Recently, we raised a capital of 6,000 crore rupees from a fund called Canadian Pension Fund. Now, ESG becomes a problem because CPP ideas taken ESG targeting growth program. Other than the financial ROI, it was pretty much clear that you want to speak to the ESG person first and later on the financial person. Yes, that's what it is in the development now taking. And that's the reason I also took a transfer internally because that's the reason I was pushing for the ESG person. Can you at least work out as to what all I mean, I'm now getting into my different what kind of courses we should run on ESG? Should they be short-term courses? Should they be long-term courses? Or under the law, and I can definitely we can issue degrees and whatnot. What kind of courses should be there? What kind of need? Unless we do the real analysis, we can run 2 month courses, we can run 6 month courses, we can run even degree courses, we can run diploma courses at what level and all that. Whether I don't have much exposure, nor my team has university. If you have some idea, can a small concept paper be prepared by our team so we can read it, and then we can have a brainstorming on that. We can have some kind of discussion, arrive at whether we should do these things. Any ideas we can share in the proposal? But in terms of how it goes, and this is from the student point of view, how the students are looking at the course, getting what is possibility of jobs in the curriculum of the school. Currently, there is huge demand of the right talent in the market for the BSc purpose. Sure. And that's the reason there is a demand of the courses. Now, if you ask from the HR recruiter, they are not finding right talent.
Are you sure on this? How much they are offering?
No, we are certain. I have great attrition at my small team, and it's very difficult. The tandem, whatever money we are doing, we are not getting.
You have some data.
So sir, look at IIM Lucknow runs a specialized course on sustainability. That's I think only IIM these days or Indore has started. So their alumni, if you look at IIM Lucknow salary packages for this course, you will be able to just prove the case very easy, very easy.
Because now that APMG, the ENYs of the world are doing heavy recruitment for consultants.
So market is market.
The market for these people is that doesn't say. No, this heavy recruitment is they are providing consultants for the work. And now that every company is wanting this, so the market is there.
Last meeting of 700 people last year.
Yes, is missing in all the group.
I have to mainstream my knowledge into this. I don't have this knowledge.
बस आइए मुंबई
हाँ सर को लेके आता हूँ आपकी ऑफिस में चेंजेस करवाएंगे फिर
in GSFT University very soon, maybe in another 15 minutes time.
तो warm water.
Good that we have discussed something very relevant according to ESG. Any other question?
I think certificate, 2 more presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will call upon him. Please come to stage for this certificate distribution ceremony.
Miss Pinakshi Sonpal.
Just hold it this way. Yeah. Picture. No, for the picture.
Mr. Litesh Atade.
प्रोजेक्टर बी दबा दो बी पीयूष बी
संजीत राजू. प्रशांत कुमार.
हाँ वो तो नेगेटिव गलत जब तक बोलोगे नहीं
नहीं सर कुत्ता था लेकिन मिसर जी ने रिस्क देखते हुए उसको भाई निकला
पल्लवी बलुआ. CS अय्यप्पा. चादू नाइक. शीला शेख. Next. Ashresha.
Gold stands for Volcar Foundation and Tata. So that's how it starts. But now we've been owning it. Gold is not a problem is with the engineers. It becomes the DNA of the engineer.
Charles Matthew. Mukesh Babu.
So that is the 2% of their overall
Power is an important vertical.
नहीं हो रहा है तुम ही कर सकते तुम छोड़ दिए इसके बाद ना किसी ने इस पे ना कुछ डिलीट किया है ना बैक स्पेस हुई ना डिलीट स्पेस हुई सब
गोपाल सिंह.
बाबा ये बामी जैसा जीपीटी में देखता है ना उसको अलग से करिए भाई पहले बाजू में वो साइड में जाती है पहले और अलग से पड़ी जाती है
Ratan Naik. Somnath Dev.
ये लगी रहा देखो दिखते ही नहीं बाहर बाहर सब कुछ
आकाश
हाँ वो लैंग्वेज का मैं
प्रीतम आलोक संदीप कुमार सौरभ
कितनी चल रही बैठक में इसको विचार इसको भी बैठक ठीक इसकी मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी अच्छा
अवश्य निकला
इसका नाम क्या बोला रशिया रशिया पूरा फोटो खींचा बहुत दिन बाद आया
विवेक सिंह
ये वाला कौन सा वो पूछ लो यार कौन सी कंपनी
जितेंद्र राठौर रिया कटिया
इसको पता नहीं जोधपुर में ये अंकल को अलग से पकड़ना है क्या
सीताराम आचार्य
अभी एक लिए आर्टिस्ट की लड़की आई नहीं देखते तो तुम्हारी मैडम को भी एक दीदा है बनवा तुम तीनों चलो अलग से टीम TSG
नंबर
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all participants. Next, we will move to lawn for a group photograph, and we'll come back after the photograph.
सारे लोग बैठा ठीक है सॉल्यूशन चाहिए let them go risk
Kakak dia mau. Bahkan boleh lupitnya kan film dia. Pak Poli barang kan naik. Ada yang mana ada ya.
टेबल कभी मत छोड़ मुझे जान चले जाने दो फिर बात हाँ बस स्टार्ट करें
by the time.
Maybe 2 years.
The northeastern part of India is filled with natural treasures. One such treasure is the Kachar district with its abundance of flora and fauna. Along with its remote geographical location and challenging terrain bordering Bangladesh, it has also endured the brunt of Mother Nature's fury.
कसार में हाइट रेवेन्यू सर्कल जो है वो पूरा सर्कल ही मतलब सभी में वाटर लेवल इंक्रीज हो गए थे.
Unusual and widespread flooding in Assam during May and June of 2022 threw the lives of more than 8.9 million of crops.
আমি একটু যদি বন্যার সময়ের কথা বলতে যাই, সত্যি কথা বলতে গেলে শরীরের রোগ খারাপ হয়ে যায়, চোখের জল এসে পড়ে.
Initially, when the water was pouring in through from the Barak, the city part, and there was a very bad situation which we knew that it's going to go bad every day.
मेरा उम्र भी 63 है, लेकिन इतना दिन नहीं सकता अभी भी नहीं गया.
এই অবস্থায় 1.5 মাস আসামের লোক জীবনযাপন করেছে.
এর মধ্যে বৃষ্টি বাপরে বাপ এমনি জল ভাইয়া বৃষ্টি পড়ছে একটু মাথা ধরে বৃষ্টি.
Data team carried out needs assessment in Borpeta district of Brahmaputra Valley and Kachar in Barak Valley. The group decided to intervene in the worst affected Kachar. Water flowing above dangerous levels left a trail of destruction, with 75% population affected, homes submerged, 10,000 hectares of crops destroyed, and schools forced to shut down and turned into relief camps to save lives.
খাওয়ার তো অসুবিধা কোনো রাখে নাই পোলাওটা সব ভিজা গেছে ডিম করে আইসা খাবো না শুকাই বানান দেখুন
पानी वानी ठीक नहीं करते तो काम जो लाइन दिया लग गया.
We know that there is some untouchable area. Our government system did not restore.
Villages, what you are looking at, in fact, out there, accessing to the villages itself was a very difficult task. And that thanks to our volunteer team who has put an additional effort to make sure that we reach the people's house and their doorstep to give them the moral support and at the same time also assess the kind of support they require.
टाटा डिजास्टर रिस्पांस टीम की तरफ से मैं इस गांव में सर्वे करने के लिए आया हूँ, जो कि देख के लग रहा है कि काफी इफेक्टेड है.
Normally, the worst affected people are not easily accessible. You have to search for them in the remote areas.
Basic primary need is something to on which they can reconstruct the shelter and household goods.
I've been responsible for the materials procurement and logistics up to the distribution point.
I have changed in warehouse and packed household kit and shelter.
The One Tata response was launched in July 2022 to help the worst affected community with household and shelter support. 1,200 families were supported with 794 family relief and 842 shelter kits. The family relief kits had household items like utensils, warm blankets, and Tata switch filters. The need of women and adolescent girls were prioritized with dignity kits for ensuring menstrual hygiene during this critical time. The shelter kits included Tata steel CGI sheets to help families rebuild the damaged houses in time to protect them from ongoing monsoons and the harsh winters ahead. All of this was achieved with the support and partnership of the Assam State Disaster Management Authority, interagency group led by the Deshbandhu Club and Assam Rifle Unit of Indian Army, and local NGOs.
लोग जब किट देने के बाद उन लोग के चेहरे पे जो मुस्कान आता है वो हम लोगों के लिए एक रिवॉर्ड होता है
तो हमरा ভালো লাগে যে নিচে যে তার সবর ভালো লাগে তো তাতে আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমরা টাকা তো হাত করতে আমরা জন্য তো টাকা করতে বিষয় করতে করার জন্য আমরা একটা সাহায্য করতে আমরা তো কত
ফিল্টার ভাইয়া তো ফিল্টার ভাইছি ভাইয়া আমরা এখন জল খাইয়া এখন তাহলে আমরা ধন্যবাদ দিয়া যে তাই ফিল্টার দেওয়ায় আমরা এখন ঠান্ডা জল খাইয়া আমি এই কোম্পানির তো বাসনও পাইছি বিছনাপত্রও পাইছি টিনও পাইছি এটা পাইয়া মানে বহুত খুশি
তারা আমি আশীর্বাদ করি বাসার থাকে আমি আশীর্বাদ করলে আমার মাথা শুনিয়ে দেবো
The joy that I see on the faces of the people when they receive the kit is immensely satisfying.
Tata is not a brand for me. I don't consider it a brand name or something. Tata is a purpose. If that cause and the purpose has to be supported. In my place, anybody would have been there. It would be a moral responsibility to go ahead and ensure that the reach out happens. More inclined or more wanting to support you was because of the place we chose and the families you chose, and also the way your modus operandi was right. On behalf of District Administration Kachar, thank you from the core of our heart. Every Kachar resident is thankful to you and Tata Group.
The 45-day-long operation embodied 24 Tata volunteers from group companies and 100 local community volunteers from the local community. The Tata Group touched the lives of over 6,000 people across the entire district.
Somnath is here.
Okay, now group 4, na? Group 4, Alok sir. Group 3 is here. All members.
We will go after group 4.
And somebody else. जो presenters है वो that's also a risk. Okay, I just have one announcement. Those who are staying back tonight and have their flights tomorrow, if you could just tell your names and give us your names, confirmation. No. And who are having dinner. We don't want food to be prepared and then wasted. So, yes, WhatsApp also you can just text your name.
Vivek, you will be having dinner?
Not here. तुम presentation करो.
Please.
अपना presentation दो. डिमांड है ना बट कल के सकाले में ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं करो আমাদের ফ্লাইটে চেক করছো সৌরভ তো চলে যাচ্ছে
Good afternoon, everyone.
from Group 4. We are here to present project on livelihood basically. Okay, so the project name is Desiltation of Water Bodies and Recharge of Wells. The location is Devathal, which is in Navapara village of Ahmedabad district. And there's a NGO partner with whom Tata Motors is working, which is Dharati Charitable Trust. And and it comes under the earthquake zone 3. So what we try to understand is this this map is actually showing the location of the village, and it's the same thing. We are showing the location of the village, and again it's the location details. So context.
This is the context and the real case studies of Tata Motors Sanand plant, which we have already implemented. And this is the story of the one of the tribal community, that is the Padhar community, which we can say that the Aboriginal community is one of the tribal clans. And the story is that in the 80 years or 90 years back, they have been driven from the one state that, and right now after that only they driven out to the one sections to another sections. That is in Devarthal in Babla block. And not only that, from the main village Devarthal, again they have been driven out to another place, that is the Para, you can say in that way. And right now the total 120 families are staying there, and total population in 1270. And what we did, we met with them and make a PRI exercise and focus group discussions, need assessments and everything. And what it has been said that 30 years back with the BIOF, they did some projects also. But after the completion of the projects with government of Gujarat, they already this tribal community have been associated. They don't have any associations, nothing. There is no ways of nothing. There is what you can say the development activities of development criteria. And when we saw that when we have visited and already make a survey, it has been found that only one boy who has passed 12th standard. So just you can think of it, what is the education background of these areas also. And not only that, they are the migrant populations. Their only skills is digging, pit diggings, and also to some extent fishing as their only skills. So when we went there and talked with them, there is one lake, check dam, you can say in that way. In the 80s, NREG programs, that 100 days works, that time they have given the stipend and like that only, and government used to run their hatcheries regarding related to fishlings, and after that only 20 or 30 years it has been stopped. So there is some lowland areas, and they don't have the water facilities also, because there is some caste problem, different type of issues, because they are completely different clans and driven from the main community, main village itself. So they have requested us why you are not working for the desiltations of these areas that will be addressing our mostly the livelihood programs. That is the mostly we have that capacity or skills in the fishery. So what we did, all these things, we usually two things that we have followed. That is, one thing is that the multi-stakeholder partnership, and number two is the convergence of the resources. And in this project, from the DDO last to the TDO, and not only TDO, that is the Talati and Sarpanch, all have been given under the platform, and we developed one MOU. Just to include in that, the SAR was asking, do you have any due diligence Only after completion of every due diligence, we used to implement our programs, and with the signature of the DDO, district development officers, we developed these projects and we started to implement these things. And then we have shared that the water desalination project has been taken for the 2.5 kilometers areas, and that's the thing that what will be the purpose and the objective, and it's can there is a multi-pronged approach of these projects because of that the increase of the underground water and also the rainwater harvesting, because this is a dry area. Whatever rainwater is coming to that side, this is a runoff because run away from these areas only. So that we are thinking to make it the table can be going to a level, it's a level, raise the water level, and also can conserve the water and at the same time it can address their livelihoods. Next. Sir, do you explain this?
So yeah, so you take it.
Okay, so we can go ahead to the part of risk analysis assessment. So what happened is that there definitely the project itself, you must have understood that it's in a response of a prolonged risk of drought, as well as the settlement and everything, because being the migrant population, the livelihood opportunities anyways get cut. So while looking for the risk assessment in terms of other factors as well, when we went through the secondary data of maps and also the primary experiences, we found out that there's a high risk of drought. The project itself explains it. Then there's the second most important risk that we came across is the earthquake, and then floods, others like the wind and lightning. It's not that significant as such if we totally depend on the secondary data. The most two important things that we need to look at is the drought and the earthquake. So that's how we have focused on the drought itself, and we have also looked at what can we do more given the current project interventions itself. So
So yeah, coming to the DRR intervention, so we have the drought, desilting, check dam constructions, then tree planting drives, water harvesting, encourage micro irrigation systems, and also encouraging and facilitating use of more organic manure. And also coming to the earthquakes, so we have to have some training and awareness, and also to improve coping capacity. That is a main element which is required for any of the DRR. And also coming to the floods, the desilting and check dam constructions, and also tree plantations and water harvesting, encourage micro irrigation systems which can sustain the soil and all. And also coming to the wind and lightning, which are not that important. So we have even jotted on the DRR interventions for them. We will be having this educating and awareness sessions to the local population. And also one technical aspect which we have considered over here was this wind arresters as well as wind barriers. So which can provide the soil erosions and also the trees and all. So and also coming to the lightning part, we have taken the pacing of lightning arresters, and also the awareness and training to the local population on this lightning effects. Yeah.
Adding to what the told, I've shared some pictures on WhatsApp where if you've got this grass planting, how it can impact, how it can be helpful in planting, as well as water harvesting, how we can
social media
recharge the border. Just refer to it.
हाँ बाकी जो है ना बाकी तो बाद में भी डाल सकते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, खाली ये वाली एक डाल दो बस।
Already different type of stakeholders we have in the ecosystem. We mapped the stakeholders, and as just for example of what I'm saying to you, that community is our biggest stakeholders, and government officials for the funds and for their expertise and trainings we have associated, and not only that, the different corporates and NGOs we have associated, just like Zydus. They came forward and built the Anganwadis there. and also Roundtable India, they came forward and constructed the school rooms. And not only that, the government departments, the forest department, we got 20,000 plants, saplings from the forest department, and not only that, one certain amount also have been provided by the government for the maintenance cost also. So we have calculated all these things, what we can get from the governments and what the other gaps we have found, and then approached the corporates also. Being a Tata also, we approached our others also for the partnership in these projects. So and then also we emphasized for the local skills, because people have their traditional knowledge and skills. And one thing is that for there is the cultivation, some paddy crops also they used to do, and we follow their traditional methods, and also how to incorporate that organic farming also. And we suppose a person having the 5 acres land or 5 bighas land, we told them for the half bighas, 1.5 bighas, you just implement that organic farming, because already you have mentioned that suppose at one goal, if we introduce the organic farming, they may not see the profit in that way. After the 3 to 5 years, like a year, then you can see that regular profitability context also. So that's why we have implemented in that way. And also with the fisheries department, we have a partner. We made our partnerships for the trainings and for the not only for the certifications, because all these are fisher folk now, they don't have the certificates also, and if they would like to sell it out, they need that certificates. And there is another community also, that is the Adim Jut, which is already the tribal organization, tribal department. We visited with, they have visited also, and after that only they have some what to say, some funds also for that different areas. They disbursed again. So this is the thing, and we took all the supports from the different stakeholders. We mapped them out, and after that implement it.
Mostly she has spoken about the stakeholders and the capability, and given the area and its context, it's literally very limited. Also giving the social context, again repeating it, it's being a community which is being socially discriminated by the upper caste people there. So they are not allowed into their houses, they are not allowed access to water sources and everything, and it's still prevailing, even we are in this century. So what happens is, if they are at all affected by any kind of disaster, if we take drought, they are being prepared for it. If the earthquake is there, we really doubt how much will they be accessible, getting that access to the other people who are 2 kilometers away. Even the main village is 2 kilometers away from their residential area. So what we are thinking is, like, already we have a good connect with all of them. We have a leadership pool in terms of 75 members being a village cooperative. We have SSGs who have their own kind of communication system, and we are trying to loop in youth as well. So, like, targeting each and every person from those households, at least one person, so that we have a strong network within the area to, respond to whatever situation comes ahead, and being prepared for that. So what we'll be doing is, during the project interventions itself, there would be the capacity building training, which look after the interventions addressing the, as said earlier, the mentioning those interventions in that. So that is the total space that we will be depending upon, instead of going forward for other places. Because we really doubt, or social stigmas pe kaam karna within less time is very difficult. We'll need a longer time to be able to do that. So that
now the two elements we consider in all our plan and whatever we are talking about, one is social context. Yesterday I remember sir has mentioned, for every problem social context is very, very important. And in fact we were debating what project to choose. We were having two projects in option to choose. We were a coffee project and of course other project is business. And I thought we discussed and debated also that why we choose this project. Because this project is much more complex, and by choosing this particular example we were able to demonstrate much more element of learning what we did yesterday and
before. Like the community is untouchable. It's like you almost neighbors from here from the underworld areas. The social conflict in the urban sector we don't even realize that actually existing in the system. That's the reason it shows that. The second element I remember Shiva mentioned yesterday about enhancing the strengthening the or utilizing the capabilities of our skills of the local tradition local culture. That's the reason in our stakeholder and even the governance mechanism we included that community itself the primary front person to respond for outcome. 0.6, 7, 8 in the village.
6 is a repetition. Basically, we spoke about the DRR plans in the previous slide. Challenges as well, again, it's restating those, the social stigma and the awareness in the local communities and the availability of resources that's spoken in the previous slide. Way ahead is what we are suggesting or we think is that bringing in education for the women and the children and the nearby communities. So if you see the third number, strengthening the community connection with local government agencies. So when we talk about the social insecurity, the social status over there, so it's very important that the people are made aware of the condition over there, and if it is a very secluded kind of place and it's distant and as well as not taken addressed by the main community, if I may say, then it becomes more difficult. So at least even we might, if there might be issues with the government agencies, the people in the government agencies, they might also be feeling the same way. So maybe the connection between the community and the government agency should be strengthened. The other thing that we would like to suggest over here is using the village cooperative, the 75-member team that is there, who is doing their village plans and development plans and stuff. If they can be strengthened for DRR or a response also, then it will be a helpful thing for the community. The one thing that at the end we suggest is the diversification of livelihood options, which is already being done, and maybe getting into the other options of the animal husbandry thing stuff, and fishery is also done, right? So animal husbandry is other thing that can be looked into, or I can ask the livelihood experts at the there's this barren land farming, something like this, agriculture, I don't know, some crop, wasteland agriculture or cropping something. So that's another suggestion that can be incorporated.
That's it. We will have to, I'm sorry, we have to be very mindful. There's another group and already we have 130. Yeah.
What we are trying to say is lastly we look at the overall solution because social conditions considering very, very critical and high. That's the reason it's in the way ahead. In the solution, almost 60 to 75% of the element you see is the software element. It is about awareness, capability building, utilizing the existing tradition and the local people. So around 60 to 70% of the way ahead is about that, and 30% is about the alternate livelihood solution which you will implement. So thank you.
So very good presentation.
Very crisp to the point.
So for context, there are so many activities or plans we are seeing in this presentation. Can we take social unrest as a hazard in your risk identification matrix? Yeah, that is the open question for all.
So maybe like Rakesh sir or Sumit can answer. So social unrest as per the definition of Disaster Management Act is not a hazard as in terms of that. But definition they are looking at departmental view. It's a departmental view. But considering the risk of death and all, we can consider it as one of the hazard. And if there are something that we can do, even in response we undertake relief activities in areas which are prone to conflicts. So we don't differentiate it there. So I think
It's part of vulnerability. So we can consider it this vulnerability.
It's vulnerability that needs to be addressed.
So it's part of vulnerability, social, financial, all those types. Discrimination certainly is vulnerability. So when there is higher discrimination, risk goes up. It's not hazard, but
it's part of the risk that you need to address. Because as you know, we begin that when you develop your logical framework or when you do your causality analysis, you also identify risk, whether it's political risk, disaster, whether social unrest. These are risks that one has to address, including the disaster.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. A big round of applause.
Thank you. Group 3.
Oh, it's a pathway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. After going through DRR for the last 2.5 days, we are still doing the response and we were not prepared for this because because Pinakshi was supposed to do this presentation, but we are prepared now. So we are Riya, Saurabh, me, Ashia, Sheila, Pritam, and Pinakshi. We were in the team. So we worked on the DRR in health, and the project is from Tata Motors only. First, we want to take you from the some of the photographs, the existing situation there. If you can see, so it's not an aquifer. It's some water is accumulated in a pit, and people are using it for drinking purpose. Then the wells are water is not there, or the water is too much water is in the wells, so the water is not for drinking purpose. So the people have to go to the river to fetch the water, and the ladies, they have to do the household work, and then they have to go to fill the water. So these are some of the photographs. So we are going to talk about Jahar block of Palghar district. So if you have heard about Palghar, so Palghar is district in India is home to over 40 million stunted children under 5, which is because of malnutrition. So these are some of the photographs. They are doing fetching water from the pits and all, which I have told. And there's a paradigm shift after the intervention of Tata Motors. So we have done the skill development part of these women, these girls, and now they are growing, and their health is also increasing. So if we talk about the demography of Jahar block is hard to reach area, and it is in a hilly terrain, and the roads are not there to reach out to the block. And geographically, Palghar district is bounded by Thane, Nashik, all side of Gujarat, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, and the Arabian Sea. So Palghar thus is closest to these industrial states, especially, and exposed to chemicals, and having the textile industries over there also. And Tarapur Atomic Power Station and Thermal Power Station is also there in the area. So if we talk about the Pathardi is a panchayat in the in Palghar district. So there are a lot of school dropouts, especially among the girls, and there's out of wedlock child deliveries, that's the age of between the age of 14 and 16, and which is an alarming situation. And there is a high anemia among girls, malnourishment among children. You have seen the photographs. Then alcohol is a big problem, addiction to alcohol, and then unemployment among the youth. So it's the
panchayat authority which we are talking about is mostly there. 99% of scheduled tribes population are there, and the challenges which are being faced by the community are acute water shortage during summers, and they are mostly dependent on rainfed agriculture, because of which after the season, agriculture season is over, and they have to rush to different cities for livelihood purpose, for employment, and the health and education is also affected because of that. So it's a lot of objectives we have identified in the project, like age appropriate pregnancies, 100% institutional deliveries, reduced malnutrition among children, reduced mortality, then adoption and ownership of good health practices by the community through behavior change program, reduction in anemia among girls, awareness and informed community, enhanced capabilities of VHNCS, NSC, DRR, ASHA, AWW, and CRP, and the peer leaders, of course. These are some multi-hazards and disasters from the project proposal which came to us. So we have identified some of the multi-hazards and disasters: hydrological, meteorological.
We have tried to identify the DRR intervention suitable for these particular locations. So there are certain things we have identified, like identification of most vulnerable zones which are more exposed towards the hazards, and then awareness among community on DRR, and then starting awareness to the, I mean, it kind of inclusive kind of a program for all the communities like children, youths, and then strengthening local governance machinery, then disaster control plan for both community and schools as well, and then also involvement of ashas and anganwadis. Then in the right side we can see like local volunteers development training, then development of water harnessing structure, instant alarm system. So out of all these things we have jotted down here, we have tried to also identify the exact plan which will be applicable for Jawahar block. So in these are some of the measures, like also mock drills and active communication systems. Then there will be IEC and BEC materials, posters through which we can raise awareness among community, and also fire extinguishers in Anganwadi centers, and also like community centers in villages. So coming back to so apart from these, there is also the local risk governance mechanism. So who will be the targets, like village communities, local level crisis groups, school disaster management committees. So all these target groups, we need to strengthen them, and then also we need to look into the local facilities of the local PHCs, and if there is nearby any fire stations. So all these also we need to take it into account. And so after this, then we have tried to identify, as per the power and interest, who are our key stakeholders, who will be taking forward the DRR activities, because we will be the facilitator. Ultimately, it will be taken forward by the community. So if you can see the top right, like the Sarpanch, Asha workers, Anganwadi workers, like we are CSR professionals, and then village institutions, and also we need to take into account like district development officer, block development officer, and chief development officer, also medical officers, PHC sub-centers, doctors. And another thing I want to mention, we also will try to cover all the villagers through the state and national level government schemes, so that if there is any disaster, at least there can be some kind of assistance through that. So over to you.
So as you see the way ahead, we have to have the buy-in from the leadership. So
when you have seen the proposal, the objectives that we have to reach, it's a very difficult task to put everything down on a document. So we have to have approval for this plan. And this community, what we are talking about, is 100% SC/ST tribe, integrating DRR into already existing CSR projects. So it's not something new that we're going to do. It's an existing project, and after this 2.5 day session, we are trying our best to put in the entire system into the plan or the proposal so that we can show our leadership as to what we can imbibe in the existing project. Identifying SMEs, institutions, NGOs, as you know, social behavior is the most important thing and is the main basic need. Unless and until you touch upon the awareness of people, we will not be able to go ahead. So we have to have SMEs and we have to have a proper guidance as to how we are going to implement this project. Collaboration is a must because from the community to the administration to the DDO, TDO and everybody, we have to have the local governance going along with us so that we can have a better project on the ground. Leveraging the schemes into our project, so getting more and more knowledge from the local government as to what can be brought in, and we have to have that proper linkage. Our Avda Mitras are going to help us a lot into the community because they are the first hand people in the community. Unless and until you have people from the community, it's very difficult because we are foreign particles. So they will not allow us. The more insights, the more deeper you go into it, you have to have such type of Mitras. And capacity building. Nothing goes forward unless and until you do the capacity building or from day one. And periodic reviews, of course, it's our job that we have to monitor and periodically have reviews at all levels. So unless and until we close the loop, we'll not be able to complete the project. Thank you. Open for questions.
Very crisp. Very crisp.
Thank you.
So, I just have a request from all the groups is that when you submit us the final presentations, group 3, just 2 minutes. So please send us what were the activities which were included as a part of the DRR. So then we can, measure whether it's falling. Yeah.
So we have come to the end of the program. There are 2 activities. One is the feedback form link that we'll be sharing with you, and that is the last activity which will require your support. And also, I think the post-test link that will take 10 minutes. So we are open to take the test while we continue towards lunch, but do undertake that. Secondly, I think birthday of Meenakshi was there, so we got cake, but she left, so that cake is there. so we have taken her virtual permission to cut the cake and have it. So that's the thing. But just a last concluding thought, and we all resonate with it. Whatever we have deliberated in last 3 days, it was taken up very seriously as participants, and we can see it in your presentations. So hats off to you. A big round of applause for all of you. It was a very well taken workshop, and we'll be building upon your experiences and field level activities. We'll be providing support, technical support, even to your local partners, and we might arrange certain workshops or programs for it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Please take your smartphone in your hand. This is a small test. Post test. It is called as post test.
Smart post test.
No. If you don't do well, I will display the results. Okay. Only 7 minutes are there. So ready? No. Are you guys ready? So I can say. Okay, fine. Link share. क्वेश्चन सेम है क्या? हाँ तो फिर आपके फुल मार्क्स आने चाहिए।
100 में 100
पहले वाला जो बताया मेरे की गलत
Last 2 minutes. Okay, time up. Please submit whatever you completed. Okay, done. Okay, before we proceed for lunch, just a small. I've shared a feedback link on the group. You have to fill. It is compulsory. It means you have to fill whatever you felt about this training program, about those facilities we have provided, extended. Okay.
Should we not have a round of applause for TSG and GIDM both?
I was going to say thank you, I think, but I love being with this one. Except that food which got wasted because some people did not inform the canteen. I think you were an amazing lot. There was sincerity and honesty that every Tata employee should have in approaching this, and I'm certain that you will go back and do something about it. We are always there to work with you on this. So thank you so much for being amazing participants here.
Thank you, allow me to share 2 lines.
Please, please, sir, please.
इनमें चाय ही इतना कि दिल में कोई गम नहीं, दिल में कोई गम नहीं और मेरी बातों में कोई दम नहीं। तो दिल में कोई गम नहीं और मेरी बातों में कोई दम नहीं। ये वर्कशॉप है TSG और GIDM का, ये वर्कशॉप है TSG और GIDM का, यहाँ पर कोई किसी से कम नहीं है।
Conclusion of the workshop. Thank you. We can proceed for the lunch. Yeah, thank you.
Wait, without feedback, no limit.
No lunch.
We will not come. And there's another certificate which will come.
Is there a recall in your system? Ashwesha, how are you doing?
Please complete the
How about you?
But everything
इसमें उल्टा लिखा है या नीचे उल्टा है रैंकिंग अलग लिखा है यस कौन सा इसमें फॉर्म किसका लिखा है व्हाट्सएप में बस वो पूछा
I asked him, he said,
We'll just keep it. I have also moved to Hyderabad to Delhi. मेरी स्पीच के साथ इंटरेक्शन ज़्यादा है ना तो मुझे उठा के यहाँ पर
which number? I like the
You have an office there? Already launched. But
I went there. Acha, you seem to be up to. Actually, interest I want. Basically, Altos next one, max level. I am actually very shifted. So I chose my card. मैं 2 महीने से भी मुझे नेक्स्ट वन लेनी बट न्यूज़ क्या रही फेसलेस सारा फेसलेस फेसलेस तो आ जाएगा
कहाँ जा रहे हैं कितने बजे चलो चलो हे 3 क्या 2:45 में तो हम ही निकल जाएंगे अच्छा अच्छा आपको पहुंचना भी होगा
नहीं वो गांधीनगर में है वो इशू नहीं है 2:45
हमको तो 2:45 बजे निकलना है
तो निकलना है
चलो 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 निसर्ग भाई तो है नहीं है
वो लंच में ज्वाइन करेगा
नो 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 फॉर दिस फ्रेंड
वो ठीक है ना वो ट्यूशन
साल हो गया है मेरे घर वाला बोला बॉस आज जाने का हम पैसा रखा हुआ है आज जाने का आज का आना चाहिए तो वो भी मुझे तुरंत चाहिए मैं बोला काजीरंगा में वो वेंटिलेटर मशीन और मुझे एयर प्यूरिफायर चाहिए ये 2 चीजें और ऑटो चाहिए ऑटो तो था पहले
वो लास्ट में छाने का मौका नहीं मिला
बट ये चीज अंदर बड़ा सही आएगा अभी तक आ रहा है जो मुझे
ईवी का प्लेस है ऑलरेडी मेरा दिसंबर में ये हुआ कि मैं अभी अक्टूबर में मूव किया अक्टूबर में
फाइंड आउट अगर वो साइन ऑफ हो गया होगा there's something called SOP start of production that she will be able to find out
सीरियस है
आप कुछ रिमोट सेंसिंग से पता कर सकते हो तो देख लो तो उसमें क्या चल रहा है
अपने रूम के अंदर रखा हुआ है सड़क होती है रजिस्ट्रेशन आई होप दिल्ली से कराएंगे क्या कोई पता नहीं है आगे के संस्था नंबर दिल्ली सब्सिडी है एक्चुअली ये नेक्सॉन चेक करो मैं वहाँ पे अक्टूबर में गाड़ी बेच के निकल लिया खाने के लिए मैं सोचा इधर आऊँगा दिसंबर तक वो आएगा और तब से कि दिसंबर में वो होगा
नहीं नहीं आई एम टेलिंग यू माय ओन एक्सपीरियंस एंड आई नो मतलब वो
staying at boss sincere है
यस यस उसमें सब कुछ कॉन्फिडेंशियल लगा यस यस
Learn before the storm.
You cannot go to library. No, you can give the ratings.
And wish you all safe travels back home and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
And we'll meet you in Hyderabad, 15. Yes, yes. Done? We're done? Wait, one this one.
इतना लंबा है
एक को कैसे देगा?
एक क्यों 3-4 दे दो।
मैं वही
मैंने रिमोट से उसको बोल दो 3 बजे खाना खा के रेडी रहेगा। 1 मिनट डिले। अरे क्या यार है वहां पे बड़ी आगे से अगरबत्ती जाने में तुम टाइम देना आज
Yes, it's
After that, make it 8 o'clock.
So after the नहीं सब नहीं कौन बोला तो आप 3 o'clock तो first will go to Sabarmati so 5 o'clock will go to site हमारे डाटा में फ्री में 700 bucks चलिए so robotics जल्दी देखने तो very accurate so 8 o'clock will depart from there and come down to the market
मैं पीछे पड़ी हूँ एक SDRM मीटिंग के लिए गुजरात का टाटा केमिकल्स इज द लीड एजेंसी
कॉमर्स आपको सेक्रेटरी
तो वो एक डेट के लिए हम ये कर रहे थे अब वो फॉर्मली हो गया कि नहीं मुझे पता नहीं मुझे उसने बोला था हो जाएगा
हाँ ठीक है वो कर लेंगे बाकी ये प्रोजेक्ट है मेरे को लगता है मीठा प्रोजेक्ट में हमें सारे प्रोजेक्ट ये करना चाहिए क्या
आपको एक इकोलॉजी वाला है ही ना
एक है ना लेकिन मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सारे
डेफिनेटली ना वो तो हमने बोला एक ले लो स्टार्टिंग आपका
सिंपल है इसमें कुछ ज्यादा
नहीं कुछ नहीं
सारे प्रोजेक्ट में जैसे हम अपना ROI
राइट
पैरामीटर
एग्जैक्टली DRR सिंपल और जब आपको मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन होता है उसको तो ये वाली मीटिंग थोड़ा उधर से तो बोलेगा
आपकी तरफ से क्या Already as planned out already ground is ready. First चलिए 3 o'clock नीचे खाना खा के फ्रेश फ्रेश होकर जो भी करना है कपड़ा वपड़ा चेंज करना अगर कपड़ा चेंज करना है
So we are coming with us.
no ये तो लोकल
तो गाइड कौन है?
गाइड है
वहाँ पे गाइड इनसाइड में म्यूजियम
Ashlita, if you will join 3 o'clock, we'll leave for this.
हाँ ठीक है
ठीक है हाँ ये बिल्कुल एक बार जो एनजीओ पार्टनर्स हैं उनके साथ चलो
सिस्टम भी अडॉप्ट करके उस हिसाब से वहाँ के सारे जो ऑर्गेनिजम्स या वो सब चीज़ें वो भी बदल गई बिकॉज ऑफ विच फार्मर्स आर देन मोस्टली चेंज देयर क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न एक तो वो कर रहे हैं जो विलिंगली कर रहे हैं वो दूसरा जो फोर्सफुली भी चेंज करना कर रहे हैं तो अगर हमें समझ में आता है कि और कहाँ पे वो चीज़ों का असर क्या क्या दिख रहा है टू हेल्प देम जैसे अभी रेनफॉल वगैरह का देख के लोग क्रॉप का कर रहे हैं ना तो वैसे that this can be something which is very complex and something which is very intense but also needed I think क्योंकि अभी पूरा एरिया बढ़ता जा रहा है
what I'm thinking is इसको sectorally कैसे करेंगे we get few experts on one side and then we have the solution आते उधर ही आए
हाँ
thank you so much
thank you sir
थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू